I'd like to call this meeting to order. Good morning, everyone. Happy New Year. My name's Ann Morgan. I'm the chair of the Toronto Police Service Board, and I would like to welcome you all to this hybrid meeting of the board. Joining us in person, we have Vice Chair Lisa Kostakis, Member Nick Migliore, Member Chris Brillinger, Deputy Mayor Amber Morley, Councillor Lily Chang, and Councillor Shelley Carroll. We acknowledge that the land we are on as we hold this meeting is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. The board also acknowledges that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13, signed with the Mississaugas of the Credit, and the Williams Treaty signed with multiple Mississauga and Chippewa bands. Are there any declarations of interest under the Code of Conduct for members of a Police Service Board regulation and the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? Seeing none, let me proceed. Since this is the first meeting of 2025, in accordance with sections 36(1) and 2 of the Community Safety and Policing Act, which provides the board is required to elect a chair and vice chair at its first meeting in each year, board members will elect a chair of the Toronto Police Service Board and will also elect a vice chair of the Toronto Police Service Board. And I will now turn the meeting over to Diana Keem, Board Administrator, to conduct the election.
Good morning. Sorry. So since this is the first meeting of the year, and in accordance with subsection 36(1) of the Community Safety and Policing Act, which provides that the board shall elect the chair at its first meeting in each year, nominations for the position of chair will now be accepted. May I have a nomination?
Yes, I wish to nominate Ann Morgan for chair.
Thank you. Board Member Migliore nominates Ann Morgan. And I have a seconder.
I'll second it.
Thank you so much. It was seconded by Lisa Kostakis. Ann Morgan, do you accept the nomination?
Accept the nomination, but would like an opportunity to speak first.
We'll have that at the end, if that's okay with you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Are there any further nominations for the position of chair? Yes, board member Chen.
I'd like to nominate Councillor Shelley Carroll.
Thank you. Councillor Lily Chang nominates Councillor Shelley Carroll for this position of chair. Can I have a seconder? Thank you. And it was seconded by Deputy Mayor Morley. Thank you. Councillor Carroll, do you accept the nomination?
I accept, yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further nominations for this position? No? Thank you. The nominees may now have 5 minutes to speak if they wish to. If that's okay, would you like to speak, Councillor Carroll, since it goes in alphabetical order?
Oh, okay. Alphabetical order. There you go.
I mean, as per the procedural bylaws. So.
Okay. Yes, I do accept the nomination. And I want to start by thanking Ann Morgan for the time that she's been chair, and I know she's going to speak to her nomination. But I will stand because I really recognize the potential for the board that exists in the CSPA. We're really just starting to embrace it and adapt it into our procedures. But I really think that I can offer the board a bold step forward in that the CSBA really does call on us to take a different approach to engagement with the public, to build trust, not just for the service, but trust for the board itself, to actually engage the community in strategic planning. That's always been a strength of mine in governance back at City Hall. And while it is a challenge to have a dual role, I think that right now we're at a critical point where we can also use some of the things that I bring with my experience to meet the tenet of the CSBA that says that we should really align some of our procedures with the way they work in city councils across the province, because that makes it a little easier for the public to understand what we're doing, and then easier to engage, because it really is all about them understanding the strategic plan and the go forward in any police service. And I think if we can do that for the board, and I can use some of the experience I have in achieving those things, that we make it better for the trust for the service as well. And so I would love to be able to put some of those things in place so that for chairs going forward, those types of things will be embedded, and there will be an easy process to follow to engage the community in what we do as a police service and as a police service board. My experience, I'll just wrap up by saying some of the things that I've already contributed to the board really come from my educational experience being an ICDD from Rotman School, and I think we're well on the way of putting a lot of best practices in place. And so with each passing day, I want to make sure that we're aligning with those best practices and meeting the CSBA's goals with the community. And so those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councillor Carroll. And now you may speak, Morgan.
Thank you. I also want to give a short speech as to why I'm the best person for the job, as short as a speech a lawyer can give. And I just want to preface my remarks by reminding everybody that the job of the chair of the Police Board of Toronto is a demanding one, and unlike in other jurisdictions, it actually carries a salary to reflect the expectations of that person who fills it. It's important to point out that the role of the chair is not a popularity contest, it's not a profile builder, it's not a power play. It's essentially a determination who can demonstrate the leadership while actually supporting and governing TPS, working on side and collaborating with the board staff. The chair is also the face of the police board, not just having the respect and confidence of the service, but also the community at large. The task at hand is to deliver adequate and effective policing. For any of you know me, you know that I am running, and it is not about building my resume. In fact, if you know me, it was a hard sell to get me to take this job in the first place. You know, I've been retired since 2017, so I think I have a unique ability to perform this job with integrity, but also with independence. I'm a retired prosecutor with 31 years of experience. In a life prior to that, I was actually a school teacher. I'm a career public servant. TPS is tasked with a unique set of demands to deliver adequate and effective policing. These demands are too lengthy to articulate. Given my background, I think I am well positioned to understand these demands. There are many capable individuals, including folks on this board, who could be the chair. I think I'm uniquely positioned to offer additional skills and knowledge of the justice sector. I've been called to the bar for 41 years, and although this job does not require a specific educational background, I believe my legal training has been an asset. The role of the chair and the requisite duties are prescribed by legislation. Much of policing business is governed by statute and legislation. I believe I enjoy a credible reputation with the justice and law enforcement community. But it's not just about the law enforcement community. I believe I've continued to enhance my reputation as board member since 2021 and then chair since 2023 by expanding my relationships with the community, including being co-chair of MHAP, participating with Crime Stoppers and other community stakeholders, and participated and strengthened relationships in community events. I've also been welcomed in various police divisions. I've been trying to learn about their operations, but mostly trying to determine their issues, their wants, and their needs. During my time on the board, both as member and chair, I have been part of the committees that have hired the chief, command team, executive director, CAO, to name a few. I have participated as chair in 2 successful rounds of the budget. I've engaged in the 2024 bargaining process, which was completed on December 18th. I believe I've demonstrated leadership and successfully been engaged in many initiatives and endeavors over the last 4 years and in my 20 months as the chair. I want to ask you to think, whether you want to change leaders, why change for change's sake? What you have to be mindful of is the oversight and funding of this organization is not getting any easier. We're going to have to meet the continuing protests, the increases in violent crimes, reduce response times, deal with recruitment issues, another round of collective bargaining, and implementing the strategic plan, all while governing effectively. This all must be done by maintaining independence of the board. The chair of the board must be able to navigate this rule, having the appropriate skill set and the ability to give the required attention to the challenging year ahead. So when you vote, I would ask you to put aside your personal affiliations, personal or political beliefs. Just vote for the person who you truly believe can do the best job for the board. And remember, past behavior is usually a reliable predictor of future behavior. So you know my track record, so I ask you to decide carefully according to my track record. Thank you.
Thank you to both of you for your words. As I move on, I have to ask all board members, are all in favor of Ann Morgan as the nominee? Thank you. Are all in favor of Councillor Carroll as the nominee? Thank you. Any opposed to both nominees? Any opposed? Okay. As we can see, candidate Councillor Carroll was elected by the majority of the board. Congratulations, Councillor Carroll. You are the new elected chair of the board for 2025 and until your successor is appointed. Thank you all for participating.
Thank you so much.
Yes. And now I have to move on to
Talk to you, 'cause I
the
was
election of the vice chair.
in the budget yesterday.
In accordance with subsection 36(2) of the Community Safety and Policing Act, the vice chair shall act as the chair if the chair is absent or if the chair's position is vacant. Nominations for the position of vice chair will now be accepted. May I please have a nomination? Yes, Member Migliori.
I wish to nominate Lisa Kostakis.
Thank you. Member Migliori nominates Member Kostakis for this position. May I have a seconder? Thank you. Was seconded by Board Member Ann Morgan. Does the candidate agree to be nominated?
Yes, I do.
Are there any further nominations for the position of vice chair? Yes?
I'd like to nominate Mr. Brillinger.
Thank you so much. Chair Carroll nominates Member Brillinger for this position. May I have a seconder? Deputy Mayor Morley, thank you. Does the candidate agree to be nominated?
Yes, I do.
Thank you so much. Are there any further nominations for this position? No? Thank you so much. Does the nominees wish to say anything? They have 5 minutes. Please go ahead. Board Member Brillinger first. Thank you.
Thank you. I am obviously still relatively new to the board, and I bring that view to the board and to my work. I serve under a board in my own professional context, and I am blessed in that role in that I have a board of incredibly committed individuals, and they really spurred me to figure out how I could best contribute to the city that I have lived and worked in for many, many years. When it was suggested that Police Service Board might be an opportunity, like Member Morgan, at first it was not an obvious fit. In the last 5 months, I have grown to be so impressed by the members of the service, by the command team, the level of transparency that has been provided to me in the last 6 months is heartening, and that's really the role of a board member, to represent the 3 million people who agreed to be policed by Toronto Police Service, and I take that role and responsibility very seriously. As I say, I continue to be amazed at the complexity of the role of the service and the effort, commitment, and brilliance that goes into how the service carries out that function. Only at this table do you get the full view of the complexity involved. I remain committed to the 3 principles I shared with this board when I joined, those being a service that is rooted in community, that is representative of community, and that is accountable. I have spent my life's work furthering all 3 of those principles, whether it be in government, in the NGO sector, or in volunteer work. The task before the chief and command team, the tasks are significant and complex, and I believe I can contribute with the experience and the perspective that I bring to the work. I am deeply engaged in the strategic planning process and feel that is the most significant task before the board. If we don't get that right, everything else remains challenging. The other priority over the longer term, thankfully there's nothing imminent, but in the next number of years, we need to look at the succession planning at the senior level. and ensure that we have strong plans and leadership. It's something I've always done in any senior position I've sat in. Always been focused on who comes. So that, and again, a chief responsibility of the board. I'll end by saying I grew up as a queer kid in this city in the 80s. That was not an easy time. I want to see a service that is looked to by all Torontonians for support and for help. And I believe we are well on the way to being absolutely that for every single Torontonian. That is the lens that I bring to the work. Thank you.
Board Member Kostakis.
Good morning and Happy New Year to everyone. I have been the vice chair for the last couple of years. I've been on the board since 2020. I call myself a COVID baby. And much like my colleague, Mr. Brillinger, which I believe we have mutual respect for in our work with the community, and he called many, many years. I'll take a risk and say over 38 plus within the nonprofit sector, but being a public servant. And that's what my role here is as well, and serving also serving and holding accountable, but also supporting our Toronto Police Service, which I have worked with in every division, most every division that I've worked in the City of Toronto, in building relationships, as we have much to do with that, with our community and our trust as well still. However, unlike, I guess, both speakers, our chair and thing, when I was approached, or I applied actually for the position as a public appointee from the province, it was something that I believed fit because it gave an opportunity to be at the systemic level and in a position where community and this board and the service can really talk to each other and be transparent and honest and work on not just and grow on the positives that have been happening with our relationships and the work, but also areas that we need to grow and improve and to build that trust with our communities. And I believe that my record may speak for itself. I believe that I'm known out there within our service and outside of communities and the work that is needed and being done. I have lots to give still in contributing in building our capacity and improving our services and enhancing what works and strengthening our relationships with our communities and feeling safe. And there's been so much that's happened. And I know I've been a part of the hiring of new chiefs, of hiring new EDs, our chief, and major changes. So I believe having consistency on our board too, because never mind our positions, we're all going to contribute and continue to contribute whether we have a title or not. Semantically, I think our heart's in the right place. Our expertise is here. This is a good diverse board of different expertise, and I don't think that's going to stop whether you have a title or not. However, I still would like the position, and I believe that various positions could also contribute in different capacities. And I love my time here. I will continue to serve as long as the people will have me here, no matter what. But my commitment is unwavering, and my impact, I believe, has also helped us in building this service and also building our trust with our communities and our relationships. That's all I can say. Thank you.
Thank you both for your words. As I move on, are all in favor of Board Member Brillinger as the nominee? Thank you. All in favor of Alisa Kostakis as the nominee? Thank you. Any opposed? Okay. Candidate Brillinger was elected by the majority of the board. Congratulations, Board Member Brillinger. You are the new elected Vice Chair of the Board for 2025 and until your successor is appointed. Thank you all for participating.
Thank you. Congratulations, Chair Carroll, and congratulations, Vice Chair Brillinger. And I just want to ask for a brief indulgence. Perhaps we will change seats after the confidential, but I just want a second to come over.
So I wonder if I could ask for indulgence. I think it's awkward, just before I return to the script, I think it's awkward because we're going to go immediately up into in camera, and we've made a big change. And so I just want to make a couple of comments before we go upstairs, because people will be ruminating while we're up there, because we have work to do up there. I just want to say that first of all, thank you for support from the members that supported me. We have a great board, and you heard it in the speeches, and we all know about each other. We do have an amazing array of talent on the board, and I hope that we can continue to bring all of it to bear to the table, because it really does make us one of the strongest boards. We have a high degree of respect and good relationships with the Ontario Association, where Lisa attends, and CapG, and I think people will continue to rely on us to face the situations we face in Toronto. It gives us a perspective on just about anything any other board will face, and so I hope that we continue to bring all those talents to the table. Part of the reason that I think we're able to be a good board, Vice Chair Brillinger just mentioned it. We do have an amazing chief and a very talented senior command right now. And I think if we take those two bodies together, we really can achieve what I'm hoping to achieve, which is a mutual trust in the community and the ability to go forward together, because we have already made so much progress in that regard that I think we can only just get better and better. I've seen it myself. I just made a visit to a division last week, and saw the level of change since the last time I was board. You get to know your own division, your own neighborhood, but to visit another one in another part of the city really starts to make you realize the enormity of it, and the pace of change has really been quite extraordinary, whether it's technology, it's policy, and just an overall build in the culture that I think we just really have to put it on display for the community, and we're going to see the ability to be the service that really is the city's service, that really is embraced by all Torontonians. It's really just a matter of getting them to really see and understand what we're doing here, and I hope to be able to achieve that with all of you over the next little while. So with that said, we do have work to do. So I'm going to move the following motion, that the Toronto Police Service Board move in camera before attending any held public items to discuss the following subject matters in accordance with Section 44 of the Community Safety and Policing Act. And I should check with the clerk, because we went straight to the election, we haven't done a consent agenda run-through. Do you want to do the run-through before we go upstairs, or?
It's up to you, Chair.
Held.
I have the motion to move and go over the agenda when we come back, but it's up to you as the Chair, so you decide.
Well, I think there actually are questions on just about every item, so I think we might as well just proceed with this. So moving in accordance with Section 44 of the Community Safety and Policing Act to deliberate over investigative matters, operational needs, and labor relations matters. And we estimate that the regular public meeting will be able to resume at approximately 1 p.m. in this room. We'll keep the public advised if there are any changes to that. So I'll move that motion. Do I have a seconder? Thank you. Sorry?
Sorry, just confirming, did we already do the minutes?
No, we didn't. I'm assuming that actually there.
So
we've had the habit of there being a speaker to those.
well, the thing is, when I notified the deputants, I told them that We Will Move in camera
Yeah.
in the morning, so we don't have them here, and I don't expect them
So
to be
they're
ready to
prepared for
give.
that anyway.
That's after 1, yeah, because we just want to make sure we give them that time estimate,
Exactly.
so,
We're in
thank
the
you.
habit on a regular basis now of having a speaker to the minutes anyway. So I'll move that. Counselor, or Member Migliori is seconding. All in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Okay. Okay. Members, we can call the meeting back to order. Welcome back. I'm just going to open convene again. Welcome back. Before we begin today's meeting, on behalf of the board, I would like to take care of something from 2024. I would like to pay tribute today to Detective John Park, who, as you'll recall, tragically died on December 19th, 2024, while on duty. Starting in 22 Division, Detective Park served our service and our city for over 14 years with great passion and commitment. At the time of his passing, he was a proud member of the Hold Up Squad. By all accounts, Detective Park was an excellent police officer who cared deeply about his job, something he had aspired to do since he was a child. I understand he was also a wonderful human being. We heard so many wonderful recollections about him at his funeral service. He was a dedicated and doting father, a thoroughly loving husband, and a dear son, grandson, uncle, brother, and cousin from a large extended family. Detective Park leaves his beloved wife, Tina, and his cherished children, Madison and Austin, and he'll be fondly remembered by so many family members, friends, and colleagues. I know his tragic and sudden loss has been keenly felt by all those who had the honor of working with him. I've seen the heartfelt and emotional tributes from Detective Park's colleagues from across the service. They're a powerful testament of what an excellent and dedicated police officer he was, as well as the extraordinarily caring person he was. I know that the Hold Up Squad in particular is reeling from the loss of Detective Park, along with all members of our organizations and the police community across the country who've reached out. Anytime we lose a member, especially so suddenly, the loss is profoundly and deeply felt. We hope that our members find comfort and support in each other and in the variety of resources available to them through the service. Feeling sad, angry, despairing is normal in these tragic circumstances. We have to lean on one another. We must lean on each other and normalize the act of seeking help. While we know that Detective Park will be greatly missed, we also know that he will be fondly remembered through the many lives he's touched and the deep friendships that he formed in the service. We know his joyful spirit will live on in the Hold Up Squad as he's remembered for kindness, a very endearing curiosity, his fantastic sense of humor, and a passion for life and the people in it, with genuine admiration, fondness, and love from the service. I want to turn it over to the chair for some remarks now. Chief Demkew.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I'd like to thank everyone who offered their support following the on-duty death of Detective John Park in December. It's always very difficult and heartbreaking to lose someone in our police family, and I know that our members will continue to be there for his loved ones and for one another. This time has been incredibly challenging for our entire organization, and in particular, as you noted, for the members of our Hold Up Squad. Please know that you have my and the entire command team's unwavering support and commitment to your well-being during these difficult times and beyond. The outpouring of support we received from across the country was tremendous and greatly appreciated. On behalf of the Toronto Police Service, I would like to say thank you to everyone from across Canada who were so generous in their expressions of support and condolences. Chair, I'll now turn it back to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief, and I'd now ask if you're able to, please stand with us and we'll take a moment of silence in honor of Detective John Park. Thank you so much. Thank you, members. Thank you, members of the public. I'm now going to turn it over to our Executive Director, Mr. Kanagisser, just to go over the meeting logistics, and then we have to return for a moment to item number 1 from this morning. Mr. Kanagisser.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to everyone who has joined us in person, as well as those who are calling into our meeting virtually. Please note that this meeting is also being live streamed on the Toronto Police YouTube account and will be available there at the conclusion of this meeting. Joining us in person, we have Chair Shelley Carroll, Vice Chair Chris Brillinger, and board members Lisa Kostakis, Ann Morgan, Nick Migliori, Councillor Lily Cheng, and Deputy Mayor Amber Morley. We also have members of our board office staff, Chief Demkew, the services command team, members of the service, and of course, members of the public. We have individuals who have registered to make deputations, both in person as well as virtually, on our agenda items. And as per our regular meeting process, deputations will be heard prior to the item being discussed and voted on by board members. When it comes time to do deputation, those who have registered will be called upon or brought into the meeting. And as always, deputants will speak, followed by an opportunity for board members to ask them any questions. Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm just going to go through the consent agenda, which is actually going to start with, we're going to return to the governance item that we had at the beginning of the public agenda, because we have to take care of committees, so I'm going to hold that item. The next item we have is confirmation of the minutes. Are there any matters to look at on any items of new business out of the minutes? Seeing none, can I have a motion to approve? Deputy Mayor Morley, Member Katsakis, all in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Item number 3, Project Magnify. There's a presentation. We have speakers, so I'm going to hold that. Item number 4 is the proposed new board policy and critical points. We have a number of speakers to that item, so I'm going to hold that. Item number 5 is revisions to the board's procedural bylaw, and we have some speakers there, so we'll hold that. And item number 6 is the extension of the Memorandum of Understanding with Medenta Community Services. They are, I don't know if they're all here. Shall we won't reorder the agenda at this time. We'll wait till they're here. Okay. So we'll hold that one. And then item number 7 is the 2024 review of the paid duty process. I don't have any speakers to that item. Are there questions or comments on the item? You want to hold the item, Councillor Cheng? Okay. Item number 8 is paid duty rates as of January 1st, 2025. Are there any questions or comments on that? Any holds? Okay, we'll hold them both. Yeah, okay. Okay, and on item number 9, which is Toronto Police Service response to the City Council motion 1619, authority to donate surplus vehicles. We have a speaker and we also have a motion on that, so I'm going to hold that. I'll hold it in your name, Member Migliori, because you have a useful bit of business there. Okay. And item number 10 is our agreement with Toronto Community Housing Corporation regarding special constables, and I do have speakers to that item, so I'm going to hold that one. And then we have the Chief's Administrative Investigative Reports. We do have a written submission list. There are a couple of written submissions to the item. If there are no holds to address any of the cases, we can adopt the item. Deputy Mayor Morley, are you moving receipt?
Happy to move receipt.
So that'd be receipt of both the item and the written submissions. Okay. Seconded by Member Katsakis. All in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Thank you. And I think that is it. I don't think we have any added items. We just go back to this one. Yeah. So if I could just take us back to the elections item for a second. One thing that we didn't finish this morning was just dealing with the changes. We just have a motion to deal with the membership of committees, and this one should be pretty straightforward. Where, that's not it, that's the other one. Do you have it written on, oh, okay, yes. So this does not actually radically change. I've already been sitting on the bargaining committee. As chair, I'm proposing that we appoint the vice chair to the bargaining committee. And then part 2 of this motion does not change the membership in the HR committee. This is simply a function of Member Miglioria was there as the chair's designate. He's going to stay on. We're sort of midway through a long-form conversation and work there. So this is the same membership. It simply changes the designation of the roles. Okay. And as the motion, are there any questions or comments? Seeing none. You're the mover of motions today. Deputy Mayor Morley, are you moving? Okay, thank you. So moved by the chair and seconded by Member Amber Morley. All in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Okay, thank you. Okay, so we can move on then to our first deputation item. The minutes are adopted. Our first one is Project Magnify, and there is a presentation on this. Did you want to present, and then we'll take the deputations? Okay. Chief? Did you want to do a brief presentation on it? There's only one deputation.
No, we can start with the presentation.
Okay.
Inspector Joyce here with his team.
Long time no see.
Whom are in attendance today. Superintendent Andy Singh, formerly of 31 Division, where the idea for this initiative originated and was initially driven by the Shoreham community. Also included in the team, Acting Inspector Stephen Campbell of the Office of the Chief and Staff Sergeant Chris Rule of Community Safety Command. Our project vision, as I've touched upon, is to enhance our presence and visibility for our communities through the use of a solid blue and red lighting feature on our marked police vehicles and a personal lighting device worn by our members. Our objectives, as you see here, are to support many of our organizational goals, which are really the basis behind many of the services initiatives. Improving trust, supporting safer communities, fostering community engagement, promoting public safety and a sense of security in a host of spaces within the city, all of which serve to strengthen our bond with those that we serve. Though the concept originated out of 31 Division in the fall of 2023, Magnify was formalized in August of last year as a 3-month pilot. We started with 5 different units focusing on our prioritized neighborhoods in 43 Division and 31 Division. Our entertainment district in 14 Division, which encompasses 80% of the city's entertainment. For our traffic services officers, so that they're visible when they're outside their cars on vehicle stops, and for our public safety response teams that are mobile across the city to support divisional assets that are responding to shootings and also safeguarding critical infrastructure. In total, we had 54 Guardian Angel devices and 68 police cars utilizing these options at the onset of the pilot. We had community surveys prepared and conducted, the results of which revealed that residents in our prioritized neighborhoods felt safer, we were more visible to them, and that the increased visibility led to more opportunities for engagement with our officers. Given that our officers whether in marked police cars or while patrolling with their guardian lights activated, were easily identified, in particular during low light settings. Us being noticed more led to the feeling of increased officer presence and an enhanced sense of overall safety and security. During the pilot phase, we were hearing some really encouraging stories. Victims of crime were finding our officers on patrol with the lighting system on, who were readily available to respond. The enhanced presence of the officers on foot served as a deterrence for unruly behavior or simple infractions that could lead to catastrophic consequences, in particular, traffic-related offenses. The deterrence was pronounced, as made mention by residents, at parks where disorderly conduct would take place in the evening hours. At demonstrations, our community response officers would often assist with crowd management. When demonstrations go mobile, are able to guide them safely through busy downtown traffic areas. Our officers at demonstrations are more identifiable in their role and are able to get to situations that require their immediate attention more efficiently. When our officers find themselves in situations where they need immediate support, they are found quickly by other officers that are there to support them, sparing them from further injury. Our officers outside of their police cars conducting vehicle stops are more readily seen by motorists who are passing by. Those that visit the city engage with our officers for directions, allowing our officers an invaluable opportunity to serve as ambassadors for our city. People are finding that these particular lighting systems are an invitation to further engagement, for instance, at crime scenes, when the activity has settled down and where there's an opportunity to volunteer information. Given the internal and external sentiment made available from the surveys, we made a mid-course adjustment and expanded the pilot to include our downtown divisions 51, 52, as well as traffic services. This increased the total to 78 Guardian devices being utilized across 7 different stations and units. The total number of marked police cars outfitted with the light increased to 116 at this particular juncture of the pilot. Upon conclusion of the pilot, and after careful review of the feedback from the community and internal feedback from our members, our command provided approval for every marked scout car to have the light bar option programmed. And I want to tell everybody here at this point that there is no cost associated to reprogramming the light bars. The approval also included the purchase of 120 Guardian Angel lights to distribute service-wide for our neighborhood officers as shared assets, the purchase of 20 Guardian Angel lights to distribute to the mounted unit as shared assets, and also the purchase of 30 Guardian Angel lights to distribute to our public safety response teams, again as a shared asset. Here is the costing summary. The cost of a Guardian Angel device is approximately $140. We were quickly able to acquire 30 additional devices ahead of Ms. Swift's 6 shows in November to be assigned to those detailed to crowd management. They'll also be utilized for future special events. We are exploring other opportunities for use, our remote piloted aerial systems, as well as for our plainclothes officers. Magnify will also be incorporated in the uniform response to Project Dodger and the tow truck, as well as the tow truck related shootings, as outlined in our media briefing yesterday. I'll move on to a video that has been produced to provide further context to what I've described. It's produced by our corporate communications. And at this point, I'll ask Officer Mitch, who is one of our community response officers at 14 Division. We do also have community response officers from 52 Division up just outside the door as well that are outfitted with the light. Mitch is going to hand out 2 of the devices. I will say that there are settings on the devices that are incredibly bright. So I would just caution everybody with respect to that. But there are any number of settings that will dim the light and, again, assist in making our officers visible in our communities.
So we held many town halls in the fall of 2023, and the community said loud and clear that they loved the presence of police officers. So one of the ideas that came up was, how do we enhance that presence in areas which have been traditionally victimized and traumatized by gun violence?
With these officers having these flashing lights on their chests and going around the community and walking through, it shows that they want to make us be safe. Getting to see your community officers daily and getting to know them, it's a great thing. It's not like when I was a young man, like, yes, we used to know like a couple officers here and there, but now you get to know all the officers because they will all come up to you and have a conversation.
Okay, at this point, I'm prepared for questions.
Well, I think what we should probably do, having had the presentation, we just have one deputation. We'll probably take the deputation and have you come back for questions from the board.
Absolutely,
That'd be perfect. Okay. Is Mr. Langenfeld available virtually now? There's also a written submission while we're waiting to connect. Mr. Langenfeld from Nicole Corrado has submitted a written.
Yes, Chair, I am here. Can you hear me?
We can. Welcome, Mr. Langenfeld.
Thank you.
I'm going to ask them to reset the clock, and you can go ahead. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I'll just share my screen here. Hopefully you can see that. And
yes.
Okay. So first of all, this is the first time I've ever seen a presentation where there was the audacity to say that there was survey results and then the only thing reported was the favorable results. Also, I would have expected normally to see numbers with results, but in terms of a survey, but I guess that's not here. So my question would be, should readers believe that 100% of the comments or that the comments here represent 100% of what people had to say about these lights, that nobody felt there was a problem with them and everybody was for it? It seems incredibly hard to believe that not one person in Toronto thought that there were better ways to spend $11,000 on the pilot project so far, and I understand there's another $20,000 or so spent, although I see the presentation was actually modified from what appeared in the agenda. Meanwhile, where are the details about there having been a competitive tender for us paying $140 each for what I would call a child's toy? I regularly buy the young kids a little cop car with flashing lights, and it usually has a siren, and it's $20 or $30. So how do we get to $140, and who exactly is getting paid that $140 for 3-4 times the price of what something is worth? Meanwhile, how does the cost of those units go up to $460 per unit when it gets handed to a plainclothes officer? I know that was deleted from the version that we saw in the presentation, but this is what's listed in the agenda. As well, what does EMPO stand for? That isn't clarified even in the modified version. I noticed that, more importantly, what are EMPO drones? What exactly are they going to be used for? I note that Toronto Police Services website doesn't list any explanation as to what EMPO is. And when you look online, the closest thing is EMP drones, which are electromagnetic weapons and used by the military. Some young guy in grade 11 in India has reportedly said that he's already built a drone to be used by the Indian military for attacks against people, and that he's already tested a electromagnetic weapon. So is that what an EMPO drone is? We don't know, but what are police planning on using these? What are they rephrase them as remote operated aerial vehicles or something like that? So what do they plan on doing with these? Of course, we know that drones are typically flying over people's homes and invading their privacy. And what are police going to be using them for? And if they're flashing lights, are we going to have these flashing lights flying around in our air? Of course, we know that there was an issue with a plane in the States regarding that. The other question is, with these flashing lights, We know that some people, especially with epilepsy and things like that, will potentially have a seizure when they see flashing lights at different frequencies. So are there any reports of that having happened? Has that been tested by Toronto Police? And what are the issues there where certain people may simply not be able to go out in public for fear that they're going to be walking into having these lights everywhere and potentially flying around them? So I'm all for higher visibility and a better police response, but of course it's a question of how we spend the money and whether it's what we want to see in our city. I see the remainder of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Langenfeld. Are there any questions for the deputant? Okay, seeing none, we'll take it back into committee. Are there any questions for Inspector Cho? I'll bring Inspector Cho back. I see Member Morley, Member Chang. I have some myself, but I'll go last. Maybe I won't have questions anymore.
Thank you,
Okay.
Madam Chair. Through you, thank you for the presentation and the opportunity to discuss here today. I just wanted to pick up on the comment from the deputant around the survey results. I just wondered if you could provide us a little bit more color about some of the overall results of the survey. It's great to see the highlighted pieces and to hear testimonial from community members about the positive aspects, but I'm just wondering if you could share if there were any challenges or other concerns that were raised through the course of community engagement.
Certainly. I can tell you that not all of the survey results, or not every sentiment pertaining to what may have been a negative sentiment pertaining to the light was included in our presentation. Understanding that I've got some tight timelines to adhere to, and there were some things that I did want to explain and get to. Some of the negative sentiments pertaining to the device was as to how bright it was. Mr. Langenfeld mentioned that or referred to the device as a toy. I do have a number of sentiments that are quite specific and granular that would disagree with that view. We have, for the entertainment district, for instance, I can tell you that we have people that are unfortunately sexually assaulted in the entertainment district on the weekend. And there are people that are able to find our officers ultimately in a time of need because they understand that that device, when it's on, is associated with our brand. So that's where I would indeed disagree, but that sentiment has been expressed, not often, but that it does look a bit silly. Again, I would probably disagree with that sentiment, considering some of what has been seen. When we talk about the brightness of the device, and I didn't get through all of the features that are available on the device, and it may be that Officer Mitch is able to show you what the device can do, but there are settings that can dim the luminance of the light.
That I think is helpful, and just sort of along the line of questioning is if there are folks who have epilepsy, for example, or if there are other, concerns or conditions, whether it's light sensitivity, do officers have the option to adjust accordingly? These kinds of things, right? As we continue to move forward, we always are looking for improvement and adjustments along the way that are respecting feedback from local residents, so and the communities that we serve. So it's really helpful and good to hear that that is a capability to sort of dim, and I know there's an on and off button because I hit it. So that's helpful. Thank you.
I can tell you, Deputy Mayor, that the officers have full control over this device.
Fantastic.
And we have every level of instruction that's available to them in terms of training so that they have every level of control and they could best utilize the device for the landscape and the setting that they have in front of them. Absolutely.
Thank you. I have a couple comments, but I'll save those for afterwards. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll put you down to speak. Member Chang.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm wondering how many people were surveyed about this?
So in terms of the members of the public over that 3-month period, approximately 200. And internally, we did have approximately 460 of our members that actually had an opportunity to utilize both the personal device as well as the light bar on the Scout car, the high-vis feature, So those are our
Any
numbers.
organizations, were any organizations engaged in this consultation?
It was voluntary. So we didn't aim for anybody specific, but it was made public.
And just want to extend the question that the deputant made about the tendering process. So what was that like?
So through the chair, if you look at the dollar value, it's actually less than 25K. We're only required to kind of publicly go out with quotes if it's greater. However, the thing to know about this, we did do a bit of a market scan. This is kind of the main and only device. Many other services use it. So we felt reasonably comfortable to at least pilot it in this way directly.
Right. Has there been any discussions or about the potential that people misread the presence of these lights as an active situation? So for the most part, I think the use case of entertainment district and visibility of officers is valid and important, and so I'm not saying that is not important, but I think that because it's new, not something that people are used to, seeing officers with a light on, whether it be the car or on their uniform, is there any risk that people think that they're walking into an active situation?
So thank you for that question, Councillor Chang. I can tell you that, and I did mention some of the settings that were available. There are settings, as you can see, the setting that we're wearing right now. And it was actually the pilot process within the 3 months and our feedback that we considered from our members that got us to this point where within the entertainment district, this is how the lights are being worn. They're not flashing. As you can see, you do notice this. The officers outside that door are wearing the same setting. This is also the setting that works within the downtown core when we have demonstrations where we need to guide crowds and when those crowds go mobile. So again, we do have a significant level of versatility with the settings that are available. There's a rolling setting that's available on this. I think maybe Mitch, you can demonstrate that as well. That is not a flash setting. And in particular, as we went through the pilot, we determined that in some situations, yes, could the light be a little bit too bright? Could the light on the light bar, the high vis bar, be too bright? And what we determined was that there was an adjustment that we could make to the light that would only put it at 20% brilliance of an active setting where the police cars are attending or responding to priority calls.
So does the setting change in a priority call? So when you are going to go to a priority 1 call, do you then change what the light is doing?
That's right. So I'm going to talk about the vehicle for a second. The vehicle will just be solid blue and solid red at 20% of the luminance of the active setting. And I alluded to it earlier. This is why we're having people approaching our officers and engaging with our officers, because at crime scenes, they don't believe that the officers are in the midst of anything active. They believe that now it's an opportunity to approach the officers to either A, ask what's going on, or B, volunteer information.
And would there be a plan to have a public education campaign so people can understand that? Because I think there would still be people who wouldn't naturally know that different light patterns or dimness play different roles.
Yeah, so can I, through the chair, we have actually spoken about this a number of times, most recently with Taylor Swift. We've spoken about it on Project Resolute as well. So every time we do highlight, and when we first started the pilot through CorpCom, we have shared with the community this difference in the steady burn of those lights versus the revolving lights, and what that actually means, and that you can in fact approach an officer for that. So I don't know if is Natalie here to talk about whether we do a broader one, but we have spoken about that difference in posture with the community a number of times.
Okay, Chief Deputy, you wanted to add?
I think just to identify, we're speaking about this as a program here at 10,000 feet. Importantly, when neighborhood officers are on the street, they are in a community in which they're in every day. They're with residents with whom they interact every day. Where it's deployed by neighborhood officers, the community not only knows about it, in many instances asks for it. Our officers have the ability, and we expect them to, make themselves known to the community, whether active situation or not, when operationally feasible. This is to enhance that. So while I appreciate we're talking about it citywide today, please kind of think about it locally. 2 police officers in a neighborhood, they're in every day. Say to residents, remember we talked about that light last month? Well, here it is, and you're going to see me for the next 7 days. That's real life policing, and that's where it's happening on the ground. So I just kind of flagged that because sometimes when we talk about it as a program, it becomes a little more abstract. And I just want to highlight that our NCOs are embedded in those communities. They're meeting with residents every single day. They want to be visible when it's operationally appropriate. And this is another opportunity for them to project their presence so the community is reassured, particularly in neighborhoods where people won't let their children out without the police presence. And we know that's the lived experiences of many of our communities. Unfortunately, this is a tool to help us project our presence so people feel safer. And the community is very in tune with where this is happening.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, I just have a couple of questions myself. And that, the first one is, maybe you want to unpack, the deputant was asking about what does the MPO stand for, what are MPO drones, and the price differentials there. Maybe you want to demystify that for us.
Thank you, Chair. So just to clarify the deputant's questions around what does that stand for, MPO stands for Emergency Management and Public Order, and these are the members of our service who respond to large-scale events like the Taylor Swift, our Project Resolute, and also missing person and vulnerable people that we have to search for. The drones that they use are drones to provide us an opportunity to see things at a different perspective, and having these lights on them make them visible to the public down below, as well as provide an opportunity for our members to visually locate them. So that's all it is. There is no military capabilities of these things or anything like that. So the acronym is Emergency Management and Public Order.
Okay, and one other thing. So what we have here is a pilot in which you're very positive about it. But what is the go forward? Given that, would the next step, if you decided that you wanted to have these system-wide, then we are, further to my colleague's question, then we are talking about what's the procurement plan, because you could be, looking at as many as 1,500 of these things, and then we are in the range of a couple of 100,000. So is the go forward to continue to adopt these, but is it on a slow basis or a large rollout? And would we get a report before that happened?
So through you, Chair, I think the team can probably speak to the quantity that they're thinking. The plan, from what I remember, was not a service-wide rollout. It was to be a shared asset in specific units. And so when you take that all into consideration, the dollar value would not to be likely at a threshold that would come to the board in that way. But also in terms of the competitiveness, this is the only device.
It is.
So
Okay.
From that standpoint, it would be an allowable, non-competitive purchase.
Right.
The dollar value, I don't know if the inspector would have the approximate amount, but it was quite a low threshold because the intent is not to individually equip officers. It would be a shared asset, just in specific units like NCOs.
So they're in the division, but you decide that day who's going out wearing one.
Yes, so the goal was to have our neighborhood officers, but again, it is a shared asset, like not every officer will have one because if they're on days off. And then, of course, the entertainment district, which we've already seen, our community response officers who are out doing the protests. And the only change with this dollar value is we're exploring one that's, I think, about $20 or $40 more, and that is with the infrared that will then can be picked up by the drone. So like when we're doing a grid search for a missing person, the drone can then see where our officers are, and that would be a very finite number as well for our search manager and team.
Okay.
Well, so.
Okay, thank you.
And just because I know we're addressing the device, the light bar itself, that's actually our current manufacturer. It's the same light that is already on our cars. It's just a change in setting.
Okay, okay. So I'm turning to speakers now. Member Morley, you said you wanted to comment on the item?
Yeah, just briefly, Madam Chair, I just want to say thank you to the officers and to the command team for their leadership on this initiative. Chief, I think, articulated it really well, and we heard again anecdotally from the video about how some members are feeling impacted in a positive way by having more visibility from members of the service. And so look forward to kind of tracking and seeing what next steps look like and how this continues to evolve and be a benefit to community members. But I just wanted to offer a few quick comments of thanks.
Can I just add one more thing to that as well? We've spoken a lot about community sentiment. It's actually a very important officer safety tool as well, particularly when you talk about the entertainment district, the large crowds. You know, we historically, our members do get swarmed and surrounded as well. So it allows other officers who are deployed there to find their colleagues in a quick manner as well, which is really important too.
Okay. Are there any other speakers? Councillor Chang.
Thank you. I think highlighting the presence of police is important in our communities, and I know people want to see police. But I also know that there are communities that have a more complex relationship with officers. So I think moving forward, would love to see some opportunities for some further conversations. In particular, would love to invite Project Magnify to come to ARAP to speak to our ARAP members and just to hear a little more nuance and potentially, I guess, keep learning and growing the initiative. But thank you for this work. And I think the drone and being able to see where officers are, that's great use of technology and will certainly help in all of the work that you guys do. So thank you.
Okay. Are there any more speakers? I just have one comment to make, and then I'll be asking who would like to move to receive. The only comment I wanted to make was I am so glad we had an in-person presentation, because we have seen the video before, and I'm actually the acid test. I am very sensitive to light. It's why I wear glasses that dim very easily. And in the video, we see the highest setting right out of the gate. It's the first shot in the video. And I thought, whoa, I want no part of this. What are those things? But we've just gone through the whole presentation. Well, one of them has stepped out, but there were 4 officers here with them. And Inspector Cho, I was looking right at you while you were presenting and staring straight at the light. So it's highly effective, and yet it for some reason is not harsh on a very sensitive eye such as my own. I have the Irish curse of very sensitive pupils. So to the deputy who was concerned about that, the setting in person is markedly different than the impression our communications video initially presents. So, councillor members, I'm looking for a motion to receive. Member Kostakis, seconded by Member Migliori. All in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Okay. And then, okay, well, this will be interesting. There was something missing from the script, so now I'm in your hands, board. We missed the chief's verbal update because it wasn't in the script for me, and this is my first time following the script, and it wasn't in there. So you could decide not to have it. I'm guessing you might like to have it. Okay. Chief Demkew, take it away.
Thank you, Chair. And let me begin first today. I'd like to thank past Chair Ann Morgan. Thank you for your dedicated years of service as Chair of the Police Service Board. I'd also like to acknowledge and thank the outgoing Vice Chair, Lisa Kostakis. Thank you both for your leadership, your support, and your commitment to our shared goals. I look forward to continuing to work with both of you. Chair Carroll, Vice Chair Brillinger, I look forward to working with you in your new roles as we advance our multi-year hiring plan and look forward to the board's forthcoming strategic plan, which will inform our operational efforts going forward. I'm committed to our shared goal of ensuring the safety of our city, working together with you, Chair, Vice Chair, and all the board members. This past December marked the 2-year anniversary of my tenure as the Chief of the Toronto Police Service. And as of this month, I've been serving this city, the city I grew up in, for 35 years as a police officer. Thank you to members of the board for all the support I've received in this role as Chief of Police. I truly, truly appreciate it and continue to looking forward to working with you. And thank you to the command and all the Toronto Police Service members for your partnership, your friendship, and unwavering commitment to public service. Leading the best police service in the world continues to be the honor of my life. Over the past 2 years, our members have faced countless challenges, but no matter what they encounter, they handle it with professionalism, resilience, and exceptional dedication. As you know, the volume of Priority 1 calls attended by our service has been going up. We also continue to respond to the impacts of geopolitical events while ensuring the city remains safe during an increasing number of concerts, sporting events, and other major gatherings. When I became chief, I stated my priorities clearly: improving trust in and within the Toronto Police, accelerating police reform and professionalization, and supporting safer communities. We have made progress on these fronts, and we know that there is still more work to be done. In 2024, we have decreased our average response time for Priority 1 calls by nearly 6 minutes, down to an average of 17.1 minutes. I want these numbers to keep going down. If you call us for an emergency, we want to be there as fast as possible. One thing that will help is our multi-year staffing plan that will add a total of 720 recruits to the Toronto Police Service over the next 2 years. As the city continues to grow, the safety of Torontonians remains our top priority. Our members do an outstanding job protecting Toronto, but to be able to deliver even more results, we need resources, including more police officers. I commend Chief Administrative Officer Sarina Dhaliwal and a whole team for their dedication and hard work on the 2025 budget request. And with that, I will pass it over to the CAO.
Thank you, Chief. So at the last board meeting, we discussed our budget request at length. The city process has now kicked off, and so we will be presenting and answering questions at the city's executive committee this Thursday. I just want to thank the board for your support and for the public for their input thus far as we look forward to, your continued support. Our goal really has always been to build a budget that balances affordability and adequate and effective service delivery, but that also reflects the priorities of the public and is transparent. And one of the key priorities in our budget is to maintain a resilient workforce and focus on supervision in an increasingly younger front line. And so as part of that commitment, this past fall, we conducted a sergeant promotional process and 122 sergeants were promoted. This process reflects a continued commitment to building fairness in our promotional processes and included a number of changes based on the evaluation we conducted on the 2023 process. And so this focus on a well-supported workforce ensures that our front line is prepared to meet challenges while reinforcing our commitment to transparency in leadership development. Thank you. I'll now pass it on to Deputy Pogue.
Thank you, CAO Dhaliwal. To add to what you just shared about the promotional process, I'll say that supervision that was added last year greatly aided in helping to bring our response time down and to increase the level of traffic enforcement and arrests. Supervisors help drive greater accountability and efficient and effective service delivery. Chair, as you know, we are always working on multifaceted solutions to keep our city safe, and an essential part of the work is our prevention and partnerships. For example, as part of our budget request, we plan to expand the Neighbourhood Community Officer Program into 4 new neighbourhoods this year. Another example of this work is the Downtown Community Outreach Response and Engagement Team pilot project, also known as the Downtown Core Team. We soft launched the project a few weeks ago, and we look forward to sharing more detailed results soon. The Downtown Core Team is a partnership with Toronto Public Health, and the one-year pilot program will support vulnerable people and businesses in the Yonge Dundas area. Specially trained community-oriented police officers and supervisors and constables have joined public health nurses to proactively address the complex health needs of individuals in the area to improve access to health and social services. The nurses are supported by a primary healthcare professional, and the primary role of officers is to support and enhance the safety of public health professionals when identifying and interacting with vulnerable community members as we connect them to services such as primary health care, mental health care, as well as social programs. The officers are also there to leverage existing partnerships and build an awareness and understanding of an approach that prioritizes a health-focused intervention, contributing to overall improvement in public safety. This is good for the safety and well-being of everyone. As we work with our healthcare partners to help vulnerable people, we will continue to address violence and crime. And to be clear, we will continue to enforce the law that's arresting people who are trafficking narcotics and deal with those causing harm in our communities. Thank you. I'll now pass it on to Deputy Johnson.
Thank you, Deputy Pope. Chair, the Chief in his intro spoke about some of our priorities, and one of these includes doing everything we can to stop gun violence. The increase in gun violence in our city has been a challenge. In 2024, we had a total of 85 homicides in the city, 44 of which were the result of gun violence. There was a total of 461 shootings and firearm discharges. We seized 717 crime guns and laid 4,876 firearm charges. Most of these illegal firearms come from the U.S. We are taking a whole-of-service approach that includes our specialized units working with divisions to get the guns and the criminals who use them off the streets. Yesterday, we launched Project Dodger, a new initiative aimed at addressing the rise in criminality and violence linked to the tow truck industry. In 2024, 63 firearm discharge and shooting incidents were linked to tow truck-related disputes, accounting for almost 13% of all shootings in Toronto. So far this year, in 2025, these incidents have escalated further, representing 70% of the city's shooting incidents to date. As part of Project Dodger, both plainclothes and uniform officers will be deployed in critical areas across the city to deter violence and ensure compliance with industry regulations. Another initiative to curb gun violence is the Illegal Firearm Awareness Campaign that we launched last week in partnership with Toronto Crime Stoppers. This campaign features enhanced cash rewards of up to $300 for tips leading to the seizure of illegal firearms. Of those 717 crime guns we seized last year, 15 were the direct result of Crime Stoppers tips. This is an important collaboration. The Crime Stoppers team is ready to receive tips, and the service is ready to respond. The public plays a vital role in helping us keep our city safe. Today, I also want to emphasize the importance of public collaboration in combating the spread of disinformation online. Here, I'm not talking about opinions or points of view. People are allowed to disagree with one another and with the police. There's no problem with that. But sharing information that is not demonstrably and objectively false not only erodes trust, but it also increases tensions. We have seen examples in Toronto when community stress was unnecessarily elevated due to intentional disinformation. We know that communities are experiencing significant stress resulting from demonstrations, protests, and reported incidents of hate. However, when people online share, for example, videos of protests in another city pretending they are happening in Toronto, it increases tensions unnecessarily. So we're asking people to be careful not only with the information they consume, but also the information they share. Our role as police officers is to make sure everyone feels safe. Safe in their communities, safe in their neighborhoods, and safe everywhere in the city. We'll continue to provide factual information and to do all we can to address the unnecessary stress being caused by disinformation. The attacks of October 7th, 2023, ongoing concerns about the rise in reported hate, and other factors are all something we must monitor and respond to locally, particularly in a city such as Toronto. Since October 7th, 2023, we have made 90 arrests and laid 129 charges in total related to Project Resolute, demonstrations and protests included. Additionally, we have made a total of 197 arrests and laid 523 charges in relation to hate crimes. This weekend, we announced the arrests of 2 individuals in a mischief to property investigation. In the early hours after New Year's Eve, the celebrations on January 1st, police attended a demonstration at Union Station. A smoke canister was discharged by 2 protesters, which caused significant safety concerns. Last Friday, we arrested and charged 2 suspects with mischief, interfere with the lawful use of property. Thank you. I'll now pass it back to the Chief.
Thank you, Deputy. Chair, in closing, I want to touch on a few things the team spoke of. The command team spoke about demonstrations and hate crimes. While this has been an incredibly dynamic time, and we can expect that to continue, I want Torontonians to know that we will continue in all our efforts to apprehend those who commit criminal acts of hate and to ensure criminal behavior at protests and demonstrations is investigated, and where appropriate, people are put before the courts to answer for any criminal allegations. On gun violence, since January 1st, we have already seized 16 crime guns. In this work, we will continue to be relentless. I want to kick off the new year by making it clear for everyone. If you engage in criminal activity, we will do everything we can to ensure you find the Toronto Police standing in your way. Whether it's criminal acts of hate, whether it's gun violence, stealing cars, dealing drugs, or robbing jewelry stores, we will do everything we can to find you and arrest you. Torontonians deserve a city where everyone feels safe, and this will always be our top priority for 2025 and beyond. Thank you, Chair. Back to you.
Thank you. Are there any questions on the Chief's presentation? I just have one. It's awkward because I was absent during the December Council, but I received a compliment on which officer was dispatched to answer questions of Council on the motion they had. I don't know who that was.
Staff Superintendent Pareto.
Well, there you go. There you go. Well, Frank, I have to say, I'm not going to name names, but a really tough customer amongst 25 councillors, probably the toughest, came in to say, we weren't getting the answers from our own staff, but who did they send? Because he was excellent. So thank you for representing the service so well in a tense council session. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
You are welcome. Motion to receive the report. Member Migliori, seconded by Vice Chair Brillinger. Thank you very much. All in favor? That is carried. Thanks, guys. Okay. So we're moving on to item number 4, which is proposed new board policy on critical points. Did you want to give a presentation, or shall we go to deputations? Okay, so we're not going to have a pre-presentation. I'm going to go directly to deputations. So in person, I'm going to give the first few so that you can prepare. I have Matthew Taub first, Alexandra Smith, and then Shakir Rahim. Actually, Alexandra and Shakir are both virtual. Is Matthew Taub here? Yes, there you are. Welcome. You know the timing. Happy New Year.
You too. Good afternoon, Chair Carroll, Chief Demke, Deputy Chiefs Johnson and Pogue, and members of the Police Services Board. My name is Matthew Taube, and I'm here today as a resident of Toronto, a Canadian, and a Jew. I'm that Jew who walks to synagogue with one eye over my shoulder. I'm that Jew who fears the rising volume of hate-filled chants in our city streets. I'm that Jew who wonders why those calls for violence against us go unchallenged. I'm that Jew whose places of worship are being vandalized while no arrests are being made. I'm that Jew whose children ask why they're not as safe as their classmates. I'm that Jew who feels a sharp sting of anti-Semitism in a city that prides itself on diversity. I'm that Jew who is told time and again that enforcement of hate laws is complicated. I'm that Jew who sees police standing by as Jewish lives are threatened. I'm that Jew who questions why hate against us is treated with silence. I'm that Jew who saw another Jewish business vandalized days ago, and it wasn't to free Gaza. Their truth was written on the wall. Fuck Jews. I'm that Jew who is no longer willing to accept excuses, and I'm that Jew who will not stop speaking until something changes. Toronto's Jewish community is not safe, and it's because of a systemic failure of every level, a failure of policing, a failure of enforcement, and a failure of political will. Anti-Semitism, no. Jew hatred is surging, yet the response remains muted. The critical points policy discussed in today's board agenda provides an opportunity for strategic oversight and decisive action during events that threaten community safety or undermine public trust in the TPS. Hate protests targeting Jews are precisely such critical points. They materially impact vulnerable communities, erode public confidence, and demand an immediate response. There's an unmistakable double standard in how hate is addressed. If any other community were the target of such overt hatred, the response would be swift and decisive. But when it's Jews, we are told there are nuances, complications, context, and considerations. That's unacceptable. Now, I understand that once a hate crime is determined by the Toronto Police, it's then sent up to Attorney General Doug Downey. Mr. Downey has rejected hate crime charges brought forward by police. Now, while I acknowledge the efforts of the Toronto Police Service in laying these hate crime charges, and I understand their frustration because they're being sent back, their efforts are being obstructed at the next level. Doug Downey's office has repeatedly rejected hate crime charges brought forward by police, and the obstruction is unacceptable. The evidence in the case is clear. Jewish lives are being threatened, and hate is being allowed to fester. Why are these charges being rejected? Why are these cases not being prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law? And the public deserves transparency. I'm calling on the board to demand accountability. The TPS must release a full list of hate crime charges, not with names, redact certain things, but what's sent to the Attorney General's office, along with disclosure of what's being denied and why. The transparency is essential. The community has the right to know who is failing to act and why their safety is being treated as expendable. Now, I propose the following policies. Demand accountability, like I just said, from both the police and Attorney General's office. Arrest and prosecute those inciting violence and promoting hate, just as Chief Demke said he was going to do this year. Public transparency, require regular reporting on hate crime charges, including those sent to the Attorney General and their outcomes. Let the public see where the breakdowns occur. What happened in New Orleans on January 1st is what happens when hate parades are allowed to fester unchecked until they escalate into violence. It's a reminder of what happens when inaction prevails. Let me be clear. This is not a distant concern. It is not impossible for such a tragedy to occur here in Toronto. 16 months ago, the chants were Free Gaza. They then became Free Palestine, globalize the Intifada. Then Zionists are terrorists and Zio bastards. Now it's Jewish Zionists and Jewish Israelis. Next, it'll just be Jews. Every hate rally, every parade calling for violence against Jews, and every protest glorifying terror emboldens those who seek to harm us. Without action, these events create the conditions for violence. A lack of enforcement allows the perpetrators to keep acting with impunity. January 1st, New Orleans, 15 lives were lost. How many will be lost in Toronto if the board's failure to make policy without worrying about their political career? I'm not asking for special treatment for Jews. I'm asking for equal treatment, for equal protection under the law, for policing that values justice over politics. Every Jew hate rally that calls for Jewish death is a failure of this city's duty to protect its residents. And I'll wrap up in 10 seconds.
Thanks.
Every rejected hate crime charge tells the Jewish community that their safety is not a priority. I'm that Jew who refuses to accept this as the new normal. I'm that Jew who demands that this board, the Toronto Police, and the Attorney General Doug Downey take action. I'm that Jew who will not stop until Jews in this city, Toronto, can live openly, freely, and safely along with every other citizen and resident. I thank you for your time and going over. I welcome any questions.
Thanks, Matthew. Are there any questions of the deputant? Seeing none, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay. And then we move to virtual. Is Alexandra Smith ready?
I am.
Welcome.
Can you hear me okay?
We can. We can see you now. Welcome. You have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for this opportunity to address the TPS board today. Toronto has witnessed an alarming increase of anti-Semitic incidences. As documented by organizations such as B'nai B'rith Canada, the Lawfare Project, End Jew Hatred, CJA, and Statistics Canada. Hate crimes targeting Jewish community have surged, with incidents ranging from hateful graffiti to physical assaults and organized hate protests. These are not isolated concerns or occurrences. They feed a dangerous narrative that emboldens the offenders. It spreads fear amongst the targeted communities, and it erodes the trust that underpins our collective safety. Hate protests are not mere expressions of free speech. They are incubators for violence and division. The rhetoric that's displayed in these gatherings often escalates, leaving victims and communities reeling. When hate is allowed to flourish publicly, it signals tolerance of such actions, emboldening the offenders and fostering an environment of fear. In recent months, Toronto has witnessed a surge of these incidents. For instance, June 2024, 2 synagogues were vandalized by hate-motivated attacks, causing significant damage. And just yesterday, a kosher restaurant was broken into, causing significant damage, vandalizes with violent messages of Jew hatred, all done to instill fear within the Jewish community. How many times must a child's school be targeted with gun violence before we recognize that a tragedy like New Orleans could happen here? These incidences are not isolated. They contribute to a climate of fear and insecurity amongst Jewish residents and allied communities that no longer recognize the city in which they live. For those directly affected, these protests represent critical points, moments where hateful rhetoric transforms into real threats and safety and community cohesion. Recognizing these events as critical junctures requiring heightened scrutiny is not just a matter of policy, it is a matter of public safety. This also underscores the need for highly visible and decisive police action. Initiatives like Project Magnify are a step forward. But translating these efforts into measurable safety outcomes is essential for restoring public trust. I urge the board and the Toronto Police Service to adopt more proactive and comprehensive approaches to combating Jew hatred and hate protests. This involves enhanced police presence, increased visibility during protests with hate-fueled anti-Semitic overtones that serve as both deterrence and reassurances. As outlined in Project Magnify's Guardian Angel Lights initiative, a strong and visible presence can make all the difference. Accountability. Hate crimes must be met with swift, decisive enforcement clear protocols for holding offenders accountable, and transparent reporting on enforcement outcomes are vital for rebuilding trust, which also means transparent reports provided to the community on the charges and what's being turned away and why. This happens at the Attorney General level, and this needs to be addressed. Community engagement, collaboration with Jewish organizations and other affected communities must be prioritized, such as partnerships will help tailor police responses to the specific needs of targeted groups, demonstrating solidarity and fostering trust. The proposed critical points policy is an important framework, and I thank you for addressing systemic issues. By categorizing hate protests as critical points requiring immediate action, the board can ensure that these events are met with consistent and coordinated and proactive responses. Equally important is officer training. By integrating training modules informed by the Jewish community and their experiences, the police can enhance their ability to recognize, respond to, and prevent hate-fueled incidences effectively. Finally, I must highlight the failure at the provincial level to prosecute hate crimes. The inaction of the Attorney General's office has emboldened these offenders and are allowed to continue with their hateful actions, and they are metastasizing. This
I'll need you to
systemic
wrap up,
failure
Alexandra.
undermines efforts at the local level and sends a chilling message to marginalized communities. The justice system must hold offenders accountable to stem a wave of tide and violence. In closing, the rise of Jew hatred is not just a problem for the Jewish community. It's a threat to all of our values, our safety, our inclusion efforts, and a justice to define Toronto. I urge the board to take tangible action to enhance visibility, ensure accountability, and strengthen collaboration. Critical Points is an opportunity to decisively take action in ensuring a safer and more inclusive Toronto for all. Thank you so much for your time today, and please let me know if there's any questions or anything I can do to continue to help work together.
Thank you. Thank you. Any questions for the deputant? Seeing none, thank you, Ms. Smith.
Thank you.
Okay. Oh, and we're switching right over. Next, we have Shakir Rahim from the CCLA, and I'll just draw their attention. Shakir, I want the members to note that there's some accompanying written material to go with your deputation as well. Go ahead. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Shakir Rahim. I'm a lawyer and director of the Criminal Justice Program of the CCLA. In a prior role, I also worked closely with the board to design the independent civilian review into missing person investigations, which generated the Epstein report and co-drafted the terms of reference of that review. The CCLA would like to commend the board for creating a draft critical points policy, which is critically important for effective police governance. I'm here today to outline a specific concern that we have about whether the scope of the board's policymaking role, that is outlined in the draft policy, reflects the recommendations made by the Morden and Epstein reports. I'll provide some context for this concern and suggest a narrow, targeted amendment to rectify the issue. As noted in the ED's briefing note to you, the recommendation for the board to create a critical points policy was first made in the independent civilian review into matters relating to the G20 summit, which produced the Morden report. The recommendation has been repeated since in other reviews concerning the board and police governance more generally. Recommendation 6 of the Morden report is what specifies what the board ought to do when a critical point arises. I'll read part of that now. The board should conduct a review of the Toronto Police Service operational plans to ensure that A, they are consistent with the mission or objectives stated by the board, B, they are consistent with applicable board policies, and C, that no additional policies are required in order to provide guidance to the Toronto Police Service. The current draft critical points policy discusses part of this recommendation. the board's role to collaborate with the chief to identify mission objectives and priorities, and also reflects the chief's autonomy, correctly, to develop and execute operational plans. However, the draft policy does not include a mention of Justice Morden's recommendation that in relation to a critical point, the board must examine whether additional policies are required in order to provide guidance to the Toronto Police Service. A core reason why a critical points policy was recommended was to ensure the board is actively exercising its policymaking function where appropriate. In the context of the G20 summit, the board was faulted by Justice Morden for not assessing policy vacuums that existed in relation to the nature of the summit. Recommendation 4 of the Epstein report, which, as you know, the TPS and the board has accepted in its entirety to implement, also recognized that a critical points policy must include consideration of the policy-making function of the board. So this is what brings me to our suggested targeted and narrow amendment, which would more fully and accurately reflect the recommendations of the Morden and Epstein reports for the board to assess policies, its own policies, in relation to certain critical points. So at the moment, Clause 4 of the draft critical policy outlines what the chair ought to do where a critical point arises. And so I'll read it and I'll include the suggested additional text we have. So it presently reads, the chair, in consultation with the board members and in accordance with the board's procedural bylaw, will determine whether there is a need to obtain additional information. And here's the new text that we propose: create or amend board policies and or provide direction to the chief in accordance with the board's policies, duties, and responsibilities. So it's this language of creating or amending board policies, which is, in our view, key because it properly reflects one of the intended purposes of this critical points mechanism, which is to ensure the board is proactively reviewing and exercising its policymaking function. Similarly, in the preamble of the draft critical points policy, I believe this is the second paragraph on the first page, the board's role is also outlined in terms of what the policy is doing. So in about the second half of that second paragraph, it says the board can most effectively carry out its oversight and governance role, including, and it sets out various functions. We would recommend that creating policies be listed there as well, given that, again, that was a core purpose of the recommendation. So I thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the deputant? I just have one. Shakir, there are a number of changes you're making there, and we haven't even begun to discuss. Is your proposal that we look at the draft but then go back and make these changes? Because they're significant enough changes that I don't think we'd want to do them on the fly.
Certainly. I mean, of course, it's in the board's hands how it wishes to address the concern that we're bringing up. But I think there would be great value in ensuring that the draft policy reflects this policy-making function, because it really is at the core of why a critical points policy should exist. So omitting it or omitting a discussion of whether it's effectively represented in the draft, I think would not be, in our respectful view, a wise course of action.
Okay, we'll cover that in our questions of the command. Are there any other questions for the deputant? Seeing none, thank you so much. Okay. Okay, so we have written submissions, some substantial ones. So you probably have had a chance to review them because we had them in advance. So I'm going to take it into committee now and ask if there are questions of the command. Or of staff. Yes, sorry. Yes. Member Morley, did you want to go first? Then I'll go to Vice Chair Brillinger.
Sure, thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to pull the thread that was spun for us or unrolled for us here around this review of operational plans as part of our policy-making responsibility, and question obviously to our executive director. I know that's something we're constantly navigating, and there's a clear and bright red line between our roles and responsibilities as a board. We do not direct operations in any way, shape, or form, understanding that there are policies that still are related. So I just wanted to ask you for comment around the feasibility of us proceeding in the way that the last deputant has suggested, and if that's something that board staff are comfortable with facilitating.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. I wanted to thank Mr. Rahim for his comments, and always a good example of the importance of public consultation and the benefits that come from it. And I do not have any issue with the suggested changes. I think that they do exactly what he suggested they do, which is more completely address the recommendations that were made. So I thank him for those.
Just to follow up on that, I would be happy to move a motion to include that updated language to the draft, if that's appropriate for us to do at this time. As in keeping with what you mentioned, it does sound like a good idea to strengthen this piece of work, and I appreciate that. Sorry, it's a comment, not a question, but my question is, can we do that? Can we prepare language to update the draft at this time?
Yes, I'll need 5 minutes.
It's contained, I think, in the written material that he sent with. I don't think it's too complicated.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, it's going to take some time, but I think there are more questions, so you do have that time.
Thank you.
Okay. If not, we can stand it down because we do have a contingent here. We can move on to another item, but let's get through the questions first. Did you had no follow-up questions? Vice Chair Brillinger is next.
Thank you, Chair. My question was the same as Deputy Mayor Morley, so I'm covered. Thank you.
Okay.
And I would support her motion.
Okay. Are there any other questions? I have some myself, and the reason I suggested bringing the command to the floor as well, this is a report from us and it's our policy to develop. I want to ask a question because it has to work for all of us. And so I wanted to ask a question of the chief about this, because it seems to me, we heard it in the deputations. We have the two kinds of critical points, the ones you can prepare for in advance. FIFA World Cup is one. We could spend all year talking about that and be very prepared. And then there are the situations thrust upon us, and we have one now. Now, I wasn't here. When the horrible events of October 7th began and Project Resolute began very soon after. But I'm wondering if we have a pre-setting of the policy example of, the policy didn't exist. I'm sure that there was a sharing with the board of plans when that was an emerging critical point. So do we already have practices that we're comfortable with? And really, this policy just begins to reinforce that?
Yes, Chair, that's a great opportunity to discuss. We've had a number of critical points, as you know, in the last 2 years, since I've been chief anyway, and prior to that. And in each and every case, we certainly, as a command team, identified if there were any concerns regarding policies, and if we saw any need for the board to do any policy changes, and there was discussions in regards to that. So what the deputy spoke of is something we do as a matter of course, quite frankly, at every critical point briefing, which, the Morden inquiry spoke quite succinctly to.
Okay. And then there's another one. And I can't remember if this was. Yes. I had one other question, and it was in the body of the report, so it's definitely more for Mr. Cannon-Gisser. We speak, and I think the Police Act speaks to this too, and the Morden report, that the board has to get involved when there's a reputational risk for the board. But do we not also have to get involved and look for policy indicators if we see as a board say we saw that there's a reputational risk here for the service, we still need to act and generate the discussion that might lead to critical point steps coming into play?
I think the two are usually entwined.
Okay.
And where there is a reputational risk to the board that is not a reputational risk to the service, if that should happen, that probably will not involve any action from the service itself.
That's true. It's probably not a critical point within the community then, if it's unique. So we don't need to deliberately word it. We should just see it as such.
The board is always able to raise any issue that it wants in its own meeting. So if such an issue comes up and the board wishes to discuss a matter, it can be raised and can be discussed in a public meeting or confidentially as needed.
And lastly, the last question I have, and this is an awkward one because this has been reviewed and reviewed and reviewed, but my memories are around G20 and the Morden report. I'm wondering if you feel like we have this covered. One of the issues that arose out of that was there was a sharing of concern and keeping up to date the chair of the board. But what we hope that the policy guides us on is there may be times when in real time the chair is in direct conversation. Do they have definitive language in the policy to note, I've got to call the board together? Do you feel that there's enough there between what we're doing and the amendment that the chair knows when it's time to call the whole board together? You can't just keep receiving this information and wait for the next board meeting. We need to meet right now.
So this was addressed in the draft policy. The chair will share. That's what the policy says. Will share the information with the board members. And that's immediately. That's before the consultation takes place to decide whether there's a need to convene a meeting. And this goes in addition to the existing policy of the board that requires that any kind of information that any board member hears from the service that is relevant to the board's work will be shared by that board member with the remainder of the board. So even outside of this policy, that is already a requirement.
And in this case, it's anything pertaining to that critical point. Now it's time to gather the board. And that falls under our, we have, hybrid and telephone meeting rules fully in place now, so that can be done. That wasn't as easy to do in 2004 or 5, I can't even remember. No, it was later than that. I remember when it was now. But it was still difficult because we actually didn't have the policy to have phone meetings necessarily. So it was a phone call, but it wasn't a meeting. It was very difficult for them. I remember that. Okay. So I'm wondering, I'm in staff's hands. In order to prepare that motion, I'm wondering if, since there are no more questions, if you want us to stand the item down so that you can prepare that motion. Okay. Are there any comments on the policy while we're waiting, and then we'll just have Chair Morley present the motions. Well, while we're waiting, I am gonna comment. Really happy to see this here today, because we do have critical points more often than any other police service in the nation, probably. But also because we know we have planned ones coming up. There are a ton of plans already taking shape for how we would handle a world event like FIFA. I'm glad we're making this point, and the Morden report is a very good read. But I think what's been lost in the context since, and I think we have to give ourselves a shake and remember this. We've been talking about and had the opportunity for really the last year and a half, and we have all this year too to talk about something as big as a World Cup coming to the city. The G20 was a change of location. You basically had 3 months to figure it all out. It was suddenly not going to be in Northern Ontario. Boom. we've moved it, we're giving it to you, and you don't get to say no thanks. And so this policy shouldn't be seen as, boy, that was what not to do, because it really wasn't entirely on the Toronto Police Service. We're really put in an impossible situation. You know as a board how much planning goes into those that are anticipated critical points, and in this one there was just no time. From a budget perspective, ended up being, on the receiving end of, we got to do this, 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 and this, and really they did as much as they could in 60 days, and then another police service arrived in town and changed a whole bunch of it. It was a very difficult exercise, and so very happy to see this policy, because the planning parts of the Morden report are already embedded, but this means that we know what to do as a board when policy is required from us. Okay, and so we now have the amendment before us.
Can I get a seconder? Thanks.
You've already spoken. You didn't want to speak to it anymore.
Just per the recommendations from the Deputant and the discussion here today, agreement that this is essentially already a practice that we are undertaking and wanting to formalize it in our language and in our procedures. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Excellent. And the seconder was Councillor Chang. Okay. All in favor of that amendment? Opposed? That is carried. All in favor of the recommendations in the report? All in favor? That is carried. Thank you so much. Okay. There is an in-person. Item number 5 is revisions to the board's procedural bylaw. I was just thinking of the province because of that last set of deputants. Is Mr. Moran here? I haven't seen him. I have Derek Moran down to speak in person. I don't see him here. He isn't attending virtually, is he? Nope. Okay. I do have, he has submitted something in writing, though. I'll have a look at that. I also have Mr. Langenfeld virtually.
Yes, thank you, Chair Carroll.
There we are. Welcome. You have the floor.
Thank you. I'm sharing my screen here. I trust you can see it. Again, this is back to this item we discussed in November and December, the point that the proposed change to limit the ability of members to spend more than 5 minutes asking questions. And I'll play a couple clips here, and I hope you hear the audio as well.
Bylaws of the local council. The act says that's the best way to go.
And of course, as we actually look at the Act, it has a bunch of things that the service shall do and requirements that it must undertake, and it specifies a bunch of things that the board shall not do and what it's not required to do. And it has subsection 6 here that the board shall not make policies that would require a member of a police service to do anything or to refrain from doing something where this would be inconsistent with his or her duties under the Act or regulation. And I would suggest that the proposal here is basically doing that to a board member. Now, the Act doesn't specifically say that you can't interfere with the board members fulfilling their role, but I'd say that's certainly implied.
What I recall saying in the meeting was what we have heard, that there are some
Chris, we're having real difficulty with the audio. We can't, when you go to the video clip, we can't really hear it.
Okay, well, in the video there, Councillor Carroll mentions what she's been told is the intent of the Act, and so I refer here also to the regulations, and the fact that a board member shall not act in a way that undermines the public's trust in the police service board. And I would suggest that anytime you have politicians saying that policing in the City of Toronto is based on unwritten intent rather than the written word of what's in legislation that was passed by the elected government, we have a real problem. And of course, it would be wrong. It would be a misconduct for a board member to knowingly make false statements. So obviously, that isn't what's happening. So, Councillor Carroll, unfortunately, you couldn't hear what you had to say there in December and November. But in your comments, you were very adamant that, quote, we have heard, or what we have heard, and, quote, the intent as we've been given to understand. So the question then is, who have you been hearing these things from? Who is it that has led you to understand that policing in Ontario is governed by unwritten laws and some secret intent that only gets shared through backroom discussions? Did we have Doug Ford show up at your office with a case of beer and tell you this is what we're doing? Or Attorney General Doug Downey show up with a bottle of wine and say, well, we can't put this in writing in the act and legislation, and we can't actually approve it in the legislature, but here's how things are actually supposed to go. Here's what the intent is. So who was it that you claim told you that the intent of the CSPA is for board members to violate their oath of office to uphold the Constitution of Canada and instead try to infringe upon the free speech of other members and interfere with them fulfilling their duties as a member of the Toronto Police Services Board? This is all about the question of limiting free speech. And I know you're saying, well, that's what we do at City Council, but the fact is that nothing gets to City Council that hasn't already been in another meeting. And I think that was brought up in November and December, and I think you agreed with it even, although I don't have those clips. But certainly the board members, your job there is to ask questions, get answers, and there's going to be times where it takes more than 5 minutes. And Vice Chair Brellinger, you seem to think that the service would just fall right in line and answer you quickly. And I can tell you that, you can go back to carding. And we had one board member who fought adamantly for a long period of time against the rest of the board to prevent
Mr.
carding being
Langenfeld, I'm sorry, I'm going to have to ask you to wrap up. And I was giving leeway because it was me you were referring to, but you're really just supposed to speak to the board as a body. And if you're going to get into other members, I'm going to have to shut that down. You're speaking to the board as a group, not individuals.
Speaking to what he had to say at the
yes,
December
but you're
meeting,
addressing the board as a whole. You don't speak directly to the members of the board. So you were in saying Mr. Brillinger.
What part of the procedural bylaw do you think says that, Chair Carroll?
That's just general courtesy under Robert's rules and.
And I can't mention what a member said at a previous meeting?
No, what I'm asking you not to do is to address him directly. You are speaking to the board as a whole right now. So to say, Vice Chair Brillinger, you said X is actually not appropriate.
Some unnamed person at a previous meeting said that they thought that the service should just pick it up and answer within 5 minutes. And I'm trying to point out that in the past that hasn't happened, and that it has come down to one board member fighting against the rest of the board on policies that it eventually ended up being that the province had to come in and declare it illegal because of what the board was doing. And so the fact that we can have one board member fight for more than 5 minutes on a matter that ends up being rights violations and unconstitutional as determined by actual elected officials.
Okay, and I thank you for your comments.
I
thank you for your comments. You're well past time now. Thank you very much. Are there any questions of the
Unfortunately, I still can't see the timer on my screen because of the organization that you guys have on WebEx. Thank you for letting me know.
Thank you. Okay. Any questions of the deputy? Seeing none, we can take it into committee. Are there any questions on the procedural bylaw? Or do you want me to just move this? Oh, go ahead, Councillor Chang.
Oops. Oh, actually, You know what? Maybe you can move your motion.
Sorry, pardon? Oh, question, you want to ask questions, Mover. Member Morgan.
Question for clarification before we vote on the motion. The way I understood it is that the individual board members entitled to ask with questions and answers included 5 minutes, but also it also includes, and please someone correct me if I'm wrong, with the speaker section or comment section, also that is an additional 5 minutes, giving a total of 10. So I just want, and I understand at the last meeting also that if the board voted that a person needed perhaps, because wasn't really complete in an important matter, that the board could vote they continue. And I also note that, past chairs, and I'm sure you, Chair Carroll, also give a little bit of leeway sometimes, especially. So what I'm not sure I'm understanding is why we need another motion if you get 10 minutes. So imagine there's 15 items and one board member speaks for 150 minutes just on those. That is 2.5 hours. So I'm just wondering if somebody could clarify what the motion is in the amendment, because it seems to me that with the full 10 minutes and the board being able to grant additional time, there's sort of sufficiency, but I may be mistaken.
Okay, so why don't I put it on the table and then we can ask questions about it. Can we put it up on the board there? Basically, what I'm going to propose, there's some stress about this. So what I'm proposing in section 20.9 is really just democratizing the wording here. It really does amount to the same things and the same sort of responsibilities, in my view, to try and keep the meeting running. But in an effort to alleviate stress and to make it more democratized than oppressive, and the chair will canvass board members for interest in an additional round of questions once all board members have had an opportunity to ask questions on the matter. And the reason I'm moving that is I still believe we should do the round of questions, 5 minutes, but sometimes the answers are long. It depends on the complexity of the report, and so you don't get it all out on the table. I'm happy to canvass for a round of questions, but my understanding of Robert's rules is, if a meeting's getting out of hand, the chair will canvass board members can mean, is it the will of the body? And then we are putting it to a vote. But it just puts more democratic language into our procedural bylaw. And it means the same thing. It means we still have a responsibility to run an efficient meeting. But on those occasions, I'm going to canvass the board members, because it's really between us how we get through our meeting in a timely fashion. As much as I know there is passion beyond this table and out in the community, we have to respect each other and our ability to get through a meeting in a timely amount of time. And so I'm using democratized language, but to continue to run an efficient meeting. And the second one,
thank you,
is that is something that actually is in council. There's no limitation on the number of additional rounds of questions, but I have always found in my 23 years that there's a certain amount of peer pressure that comes to bear if you go past that second round. People generally respect each other's time in that regard. So that's the purpose of the motion. Questions, the mover, Councillor Chang.
Just thinking about what was highlighted by the deputant, is there a conflict with this motion with 20.4 where it says that answers and questions cannot exceed 5 minutes on each item on the agenda? Because now potentially a second round would introduce additional 5 minutes on the same item on the agenda. So is there a conflict, or does it resolve itself somehow?
Well, the bylaw is talking about item per item, on each item.
Right.
5 minutes of questions, 5 minutes of speaking if needed.
Right, so on one round, but then if you were to do a second round, you would be asking an additional 5 minutes on the same item.
On that same item.
So on 20.4, is the language restricting to 5 minutes per item on the agenda? And if so, does that also then need an amendment to align with this motion?
I would interpret additional rounds of questions as in addition to those initial 5 minutes. I think that's generally what's the
Okay,
intent
so
is.
there
I
is no
don't think you need
conflict.
to amend 20.9 because it's actually building on 20.4.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, for some reason, I'm not, I was going to look at 20.4, but it's not opening right now.
It says a member's questions inclusive of the answers to them may not exceed a total of 5 minutes on each item on the agenda.
Right,
That's all it says.
right. But then 20.9, because it's in the same
It
section
moderates
it's building
it.
on. Yeah,
Right,
yeah.
okay, that's my
Okay.
question.
Okay. If there, I need a seconder for that motion, Vice Chair Brillinger. If there are anyone to speak on the procedural bylaw, you want to speak on it? Go ahead, Councillor
I
Chen.
do. I have a flashback to when I first joined the board and someone tried to move a motion to limit questions. And I think right now we have something, I think we have a very positive synergy between command and the board. I think we have a very good working relationship. The budget reflects that, how we're moving forward, hopefully drama-free into the city's budget process. But this policy is not just about us in this moment in time. There will be other people who will sit in these very seats. And you know, in City Council, we have the opportunity to ask questions in committee, which is one round with 6 to 7 people, and then it goes to City Council where 26 including the mayor, then have another additional moment. And the police service, as we all know, is extremely complex. It's a huge body of work that we are supposed to provide governance over, and oftentimes the reports that come to us are multi-layered, including the many recommendations that we are following every year. So in order to be effective in this role and to do the due diligence, I think it is important to recognize that we need to have the freedom to ask questions, and because of the complexity of the issues, that the service may need to have a little more time to be able to have fulsome answers to respond to our questions. And therefore, I am grateful that there will be opportunities to not just limit to 5 minutes, because I think that that would do harm to our ability to have good governance. So I thank you for your amendments, and I think that it's a good move forward for how we're going to govern these meetings. Thank you.
Oops, sorry about that. Okay. If there are no other comments, then we can proceed to vote on the amendment. Moved by myself, seconded by Vice Chair Brillinger. All in favor? That is carried. And the bylaw itself? All in favor? That is carried. Okay. And now we have a pleasant one. This is the extension of the Memorandum of Understanding with the Medinta Community Services. And I understand, wonder if we want to, why don't we hear from the deputant right out of the gate, and then we'll, we have a bit of community welcoming and process. We'll just be one more second. Mr. Langenfeld, did you want to speak to item number 6?
Yes, thank you, Chair Carroll. So I trust you can see my screen share here. And this whole thing is about, it mentions the Somali Canadian community in the northwest part of the city. And I note that from the 2021 census population, the city of Toronto reportedly had in 2021 10,000 plus Somali residents. And of course, that number would have increased over the recent years, but that's less than 1% of the population of the city, or less than 1% of the immigrant population of the city, and less than 1/3 of 1% of the population of the city. But looking back at the first half of the year from 2023, the board contributed $25,000 in sponsorship for this group, and my concern. I think it's great that we have groups that are trying to work with the police and reduce crime and address issues in their communities and neighborhoods. I simply have a concern about us having a situation where particular ethnic groups are given a rather sizable contribution to basically agree to work with police, and that we can't have each individual group of the population coming together and saying, well, we're willing to work with the police if only you'll give us or our small group some money. So there is no record in the memorandum of understanding of any additional payment. I'm all for the extension of the memorandum of understanding, but there also wasn't any mention of payment in the first time that this was approved and produced, and so I'm just concerned that there may be a surprise perhaps in a moment here where a big check's handed over that isn't part of the information that's shared in the understanding itself. So those are the end of my comments on this issue, and I hope that this group continues to work well with police to try to reduce crime in their area, and of course it falls to the city to try and work with them to produce programs to help their particular community as well as all the other communities, and provide social programs so that we can try and better the lives of all the people in Toronto. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you very much. Seeing no questions of the deputy. Members, I'm gonna be a little unconventional. We hadn't a script to address this, but this is work. So that the folks know from Medenta, we had our annual governance this morning, and so there are some changes to executive. But I'm going to pass the opening comments over to my immediate predecessor, Chair Morgan, at the time this began, has been here during the time this partnership began. And so I'm just going to pass over the remarks to her to open the item, because I think it's more meaningful, because 23 and 24 have been great work that you've all done together.
Thank you, and pardon my back to you while I'm speaking, and welcome. It's my privilege to address this report, which seeks an extension of the existing memorandum of understanding. The board is extremely proud of the positive impact that this agreement has had on the safety and well-being of Toronto's Somali community in the northwest end of the city. The meaningful partnership, which commenced in fall 2019 and was formally ratified in February 2020, has enabled us to collaboratively address significant community safety concerns while we build trust between the police and the Somali community. Working with the mothers of Mendakrak and Askai has been a profound honor for the board. And I know that it's a large number of the board that you're working for, and specifically Danielle Dowdy has done a lot of work with you and has been your champion for quite some time. It's been a privilege. I know you sacrifice your time, your own resources, your abilities, that being language or facilitating or building relationships, and your time and compassion increases the well-being and safety of your community. So, and I do understand that kind of the catalyst for this was a lot of your own loss and grief. Loss and grief that motivated you to forge this partnership so that you could stop this kind of violence within your own community. So I understand you're here to present and discuss the memorandum of understanding and to highlight the necessity for the extension, which, as I noted in the report, has the full support of the board and our staff. So I now invite who will speak, and please, we are honored to have you here.
welcome. I wish we had room for the entire contingent to come up, but that would be tough. We'll consider this presentation from all.
Good afternoon. My name is Adrienne. My name is Uba. Thank you. My name is Shamso.
Good afternoon. My name is Timiro Agane.
So the agenda is to discuss the introduction, the purpose of the report for the TPSB, a brief overview of the MCIS program, progress and milestones, so the MOU and the community engagement and events, success stories and community impact, challenges and lessons learned, proposal for the MOU extension, which has been approved, and the Q&A and closing remarks. The purpose to reporting back to TPS is to highlight the achievements, to showcase the transformative impact of the Mending Crack in the Sky program in fostering community safety, building trust and resilience, strength collaboration, to reinforce the ongoing partnership between MCIS, TPS, and the TPSB, emphasizing transparency, trust building, and shared safety, reporting progress, provide an overview of the 2024 activities, including the community safety meetings, the healing sessions, and the strategic interventions, demonstrate impact, present key metrics and success stories of reflecting of reduced violence, the increased trust in the neighborhoods, and enhanced community engagement. Also to set future goals, outline plans for the scaling programs, addressing systemic barriers, and deepening the relationship with law enforcement for sustained community safety. Mending Crack in the Sky is a dynamic program that consists of a dedicated group of mothers who are passionate about creating safe spaces for the community to heal, mobilize, advocate, and navigate relevant systems. Recognized with the 2021 Community Safety Awards by the Mayor of Toronto's office, we also partner along with Medinta's youth violence prevention teams, the neighborhood community officers, the gang prevention and intervention team, community crisis response programs, and the victim services, also supported by the framework of backed by the family and mental health counselors, community leaders, and Medinta Community Services. So the MOU, just a little background, was in July 2019, the Mending Crack in the Sky and the Mothers Outreach workers highlighted the challenges faced by the Somali Canadian community in the Northwest Toronto during a Toronto Police Services Board meeting. This led to a focus on 3 key areas, which was transparency, trust building, and community safety. In response, the TPSB initiated a memorandum of understanding with the Toronto Police Services and Medinta Community Services to strengthen relationships and enhance safety through collaboration. It was signed on February 8th, and it involved officers from Division 12, 13, 22, 23, 31, and 32. And it included initiatives such as community events, resource sharing, and ongoing engagement. It was initially set for the 1st of 2020 to December 2022, and it was extended throughout. Medinta Community Services and MCIS aim for the 2 to 3 year extension of the MOU to continue fostering trust, transparency, and community safety between the Somali Canadian community and law enforcement. So the 3 core elements are, the first element is to increase transparency and understanding through services implementation of the scorecard initiative. The core element 2 would be building the trust through integrated collaboration with divisions and neighborhood community officers. And the core element 3 would be enhancing community safety through the implementation of the MOU workers. So the scorecard initiative, it was a collaborative effort with the research being conducted by the University of Toronto, empowered 100 Somali mothers through participatory research, provided insights into community relations, police relations, and systemic barriers. And the impact was it strengthened community voice in policing and safety, and ongoing dialogue between the TPS and the Somali Canadians. Element 2, the approach was integrated collaboration between the NCO neighborhood officers, community officers, and the community groups. So we held monthly meetings across 6 TPS divisions, addressing historical traumas for healing and accountability and promoting open and honest communication. The outcomes was improved cultural competency training, greater police presence in areas of concern, and enhanced community safety awareness. The Trauma-Informed Interventions, the Healing Network Circle, it has over 250 participants engaged through a combination of storytelling, art, and mindfulness activities aimed at trauma recovery. The feedback has been participants have reported increased confidence in advocacy and community leadership roles. The systemic impact, it contributed to addressing systemic issues like youth rehabilitation with a 30% improvement in community safety perception surveys. The weekly staff meetings that we have every Saturday has provided a consistent hub for education and resource sharing and problem solving. And we also have our NCOs come in and give us presentations, which has been very helpful. We have over 2,600 individuals impacted, engaged in discussions on legal, family, and grief-related topics, problem resolution feedback. Attendees reported successfully resolving personal or community issues after attending the meetings. These reports demonstrate that MCIS measurable impact on the youth violence prevention, community healing, and the systemic advocacy, reinforcing its status as a sustainable and replicable model for other communities.
Okay, my turn. Thank you. Thank you for having us. I really appreciate this time. Over 200 mothers participated in the strategic planning sessions to build long-term resilience for the next 3 years. They display commitment to creating lasting change through partnerships, resource mobilization, and actionable programs, fostering safer and stronger communities. Through this, they develop the vision, mission, and objectives. The vision, a safe, prosperous, and healthy community. The mission is to mobilizing and advocating to combat youth violence while creating safe spaces for healing and opportunity. Strategic objectives are safe spaces, create spaces for healing, and develop crisis response plan. Awareness campaign, address youth violence and promote safety. Community activism, advocate for systemic change and resources. Neighborhood support, build network with similar communities. We engage different communities and we did some recognitions. Well deserved. Our mothers get the award that my colleague indicated earlier, and this is as follows. We collaborated with Jamestown Orpington community, where we address gang-related issues with TCHC units. We empower the mothers and residents through dialogue with law enforcement and housing management to foster safe and cohesion. We also did collaboration with community, Dixon Community and Forum, where the community has different concerns in terms of human trafficking, housing issues, the living condition in general, and also in a nutshell, how to eradicate poverty, because a lot of the issues that is faced with our community is it's stemming out from poverty. So that was the main discussion. And community events, of course, the MOU commemoration took place with Toronto TPS, which we are extremely, extremely grateful. I heard the comments before, but I think this was not only essential and important for the Somali community, but everyone in Toronto, because public safety is everyone's responsibility and is everybody's gain. So that's the lens that I see from, right? And we also did the annual peace walk with Ujuri Messiah and the African Giant of Africa to amplify the forces again of the community. Well done job. These mothers are resilient. They are the firefighters. I mean, I can only imagine losing your child and instead sitting somewhere just grieving. Channel that, energy to help other mothers, to make sure what you went through, they didn't go through. That's why they deserve much more awards, but this is what they get so far. And yet, the best is yet to come. And so the Mayor's Community Safety Award, Victim Services Award, which was given to Shamso, one of the founders, and the Humanitarian Award recognition by Toronto Raptors, and so on and so forth. Okay, some success and challenge and the community impact. There's one testimony here, so I won't bore you to read all of it, but in a nutshell, it's the mother who called the police for her lost child, and then 30 cruises came, and the good thing was some of the mothers was already there to support the family, and that bridges and reduces the trauma and the anxiety and what have you. Another mother talked about how when they used to have, tension when they see the police, but now they realize the police is not only there just to gather information or to harm the community, but it's the other way around. And that is one of the things, the important things I remember one time facilitating a session, and everyone was saying to me, I'm gonna talk to the police, really? And now, because of this report that was established and this MOU, a lot of NCOs are one phone call away. One great one of is Sergeant Z. I mean, this is really bigger than just having an MOU. This is a holistic approach, a holistic services that our community are getting, and we're really grateful. Every other week, there's an NCO coming to one of our sessions, whether it's the division sessions that we do, or whether it is the food bank that we run. They just show up and bring food, and I'm like, great. Talk about, holistic, not only enforcement, but also a real true community development through and through, right? Yeah, by first name, yeah. And the other testimony, again, I'm not going to bore you to read all of it. In a gist of it is a person who was not feeling comfortable with law enforcement, and now because of the meetings that we do, the report that we establish, the trust, the interaction day to day, week to week, month to month, now she feels okay. She feels better. She knows you are there to support us, right? Okay. Some challenge and lesson learned. And some key challenge. I mean, we came a long way, but I can't sit here and say things are perfect. We have way to go, and there's always room for improvement. And some of the challenges that we noticed were rising rates of youth gun violence, unemployment, community rivals, limited understanding of the criminal justice system, because all of us are not lawyers, right? It's a big system. And short-lived trauma. I mean, we might start a session, but we cannot sometimes finish all the way until that person is healed or that community is healed due to a resource. So any resource is welcome, and it's really limited, to be honest. Some inconsistent relationship with the law enforcement. While we saw a race of establishing a rapport and building the trust, we still have few people who say, we don't trust the police, we're not there yet. And it's okay, it's a baby steps. It's whatever you are, that's where we meet our clients. And there are also emerging opportunities, growing community collaboration and engagement, increased awareness of culturally responsive care, adoption of community-centered intervention model. Every 6 months or every 4 months, we have the privilege of interacting with the new graduate police officers, and we learn from one another. That we learn from them, but we also, do the presentation about culture piece. If you go to a Muslim person, don't just, like any house, you just knock. It's part of what people do, right? But especially if you go into Muslim person, be extra mindful, just wait maybe a minute or two for someone to grab their, hijab, or, you know what I mean? So that's another thing that we do. And the focus MCI remains committed to addressing this challenge through innovative, collaborative, and culturally informed approach, fostering resilience and hope within the community. Proposal for the extension, even though it's approved. This is what we were planning to do. So we extended, like, the reason why we ask again and again is to provide that holistic approach, to work with collaboration, strengthen the trust, transparency, community safety, and leverage lesson learned as we all learned from our past lessons and what have you. Address any systemic issues such as youth violence within the community, inequality, expand workshops and trainings, which we are really grateful. Again, now we start a series of workshops that were run by Sergeant Z and his teams, and every week 40 people, 70 people. Some Saturdays we do virtual, and last Saturday we had 75 people, and those mothers are the trainee. So whatever they learn, they're going to go back to the community and train others. So thanks. I will finish soon, I promise. Expanding the mothers outreach workers. These mothers, they worked for the past close to 10 years, and it was all volunteer basis. They spend their money, their time, even though we were providing the spaces and what have you. So it would be nice to get hired and get paid. We know Toronto become super expensive now. I mean, look at the living standard, And yeah, and volunteer, like as I said, sorry. Anything that I miss?
Okay,
Okay,
wonderful.
so the last thing before the question, a couple of things I just want to mention. And we did, as my colleague was saying earlier, we did the research with University of Toronto,
Yep.
and they gave us the summary of the program, the summary of the report. Let me see. It calls, the report called Mothers and Sons, and we received, but the mothers did not review yet. So once we review, we talk about it, we see if there is any issues, whatever, which I don't think is going to be, we will share with you. That's a promise. The other thing I just want to mention before I conclude is this formula, it's successful, it's working, and the reason why we know is not internally and internal and surrounding. Other people are asking to replicate this model. Ottawa, Alberta, Minneapolis, Ohio, like you name it, Europe, So this is an amazing project, and it is working, and we appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Now I'm in your hands. Did you want to ask questions now, or I'm wondering if the chief wants to present on behalf of the services involvement, and then we can ask all sorts of questions.
Well, I'll make a couple comments and then see if the command or some of the subject matter experts may want to chime in. First of all, I want to acknowledge everybody who's here. Thank you so very much for taking the time to come today. I think it's a testament to your ongoing commitment to making life better for all of our communities, and the example you're setting is one for others to follow. Secondly, I think I just want to make a comment on the presentation and what resonated with me, above and beyond your obvious commitment to improving life in the community, is you repeatedly referenced the neighborhood community officers. So thank you to the sergeant, thank you to our community partnership unit, and importantly to our neighborhood community officers across the city who work so very hard to foster relationships at the local neighborhood level, which is, in my view as chief, the most important thing we do. We are a city of neighborhoods, and things matter locally more than they matter anywhere else. So I do want to just acknowledge the efforts of the NCOs and tell you that part of our budget this year, we're looking to expand our neighborhood community officers into 4 other neighborhoods, recognizing the importance of that program. And I think the relationship with Medenta and the efforts we're making to advance trust and confidence in our communities is a testament to the success of the NCOs. When they get into the community, they sit at the table, they break bread together, they answer questions, and we know it's not always perfect. And we know there can be inconsistencies. But without that local engagement, it's really difficult to overcome those inconsistencies. So know that we have a commitment to expand the program, and regardless of what happens today as it relates to the board, I will give you my commitment as the chief that we will continue our engagement with you. We will continue our work together across the divisions and across the city to make sure that we continue to build on the successes that we've had and improve where we can in our relationships and in building trust and confidence in our communities. Thank you.
Okay.
I just forgot to thank Danielle. Thank you so very much. And I'm very terrible with names, the executive director. So many people help us.
Mr. Kennegisser,
All of
yes.
you help us. But thank you, and thank you so much for your tireless support.
You're welcome. I took the unconventional step of bringing the command because really you're all, we usually ask questions of the public and then questions of those who work on this, but it sounds like you've done a lot of work. So are there questions of these people who've done work or the command? Yes, Member Katsakis.
Hi, good afternoon and Happy New Year. So some of you, my past life, we've obviously worked together within, I remember in 23 Division, with a Somali liaison. First it was called Task Force and then Somali Liaison Committee, especially working in Dixon as well. So, and I remember the year of the flood and Crisis Response Unit as well. They were working collectively in building, and it was police and the community working together. We fixed that. One of the rooms is a library, one is a computer room. And it's great to see decades later that you've come this way and the pushback from the community too at one point with the trust with police. So it's wonderful to see the work that you're doing. And my thought is too, because this is obviously a monetary request, but it's much more than just money. It's about a partnership. It takes the village, obviously, in this situation as well. And the stories that we shared and the vulnerability of mothers of our Somali community and our Somali youth, specifically those of our male youth in those communities. So my question to you is as well is, do you have any other partnerships or funding opportunities based on your findings now and evidence base and the support that you're receiving from here as well as this partner and other partners within the city to help you build that capacity, or any other supports that you may want to have in order? And I think we've had this discussion before as well, in building your capacity, especially the financial piece, in order to increase on the employment opportunities as well, but also in the mentorship component and the succession of and building of such an integral piece, that this model could be utilized by various cultural groups as well, but also be specific to, because I think the model and the foundation would be really relevant to other groups, like you said, in other areas with the Somali community, but other communities as well that have similar issues and challenges.
Thank you for the question. I know right now we do have other partnerships with Fred Victor, especially to help us with the mental health piece. And kind of like what you said earlier, this work is not exclusive to Medenta. We need to make sure that we're also tapping into our networks to ensure that we're providing those culturally and wraparound services. The City of Toronto has also been really kind to us, and they just recently actually gave us an opportunity. I believe that it was about $35,000 for the moms to actually 3 mothers groups. So I believe it's Positive Change, Medenta's Mending the Crack in the Sky Moms, and a third group who are actually going to come together and support each other in terms of that holistic approach, talking about parenting strategies, because a lot of these issues that we're seeing on the ground too is a lot of family dynamics as well, right? So if we can kind of reach young people from a younger age, we really think that's going to alleviate some of the challenges and have that ripple effect. One thing we've also doing is also partnering up with Toronto District School Board, because we also understand that the school to prison pipeline is something that we need to tackle. And if we can reach young folks at a younger age, and it's something that we feel that could prevent some of these issues from escalating. One thing we're doing a little bit differently this year is actually we're entering elementary schools, because we're trying to see a trend, especially now with social media. A lot of these younger people are getting into crime, I think as young as at 11, 10 years old, right? So that's why we kind of, if we can target, because prevention is better than intervention. So if we can, utilize some of these moms and we can kind of tell their stories, be vulnerable with some of these youth, perhaps that can change their trajectory in the future. Thank
And
you.
are you working, sorry, a follow-up, are you working with some of your youth as well who are leaders in the community? Because I know
Absolutely.
we were talking about in the past of promotional videos even in part of that teaching and being mentors to that 9 to 12-year-old age group as well for the preventative piece.
Yeah, even for my specific program, I run the gang prevention intervention that's also embedded within the youth justice. So an opportunity I give a lot of my young folks is if they actually successfully complete the program, I always give them an opportunity to kind of be, a mentor and give back to community. Because I always believe, especially a lot of young folks, they always believe that they're not given a second chance. And I always tell my youth, don't let your charges define who you are and where you're going, because everybody in this room has made a mistake. We're all humans. We're infallible, right? So it's a matter of learning from your lesson and seeing how you can improve and how you can change your peer groups to kind of, prevent some of those challenges that they are succumb to and kind of see how you can steer them in the right direction. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Seeing no other questions, any comments? Did you want to comment? Deputy Mayor Morley, Member Morley.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the team for being here today to present and to everybody for joining in support. I'm glad you shouted out Danielle, and I also want to echo that shout out to Danielle for her dedication and passion to bringing this partnership together and continued support and engagement with the group. I was really pleased to join you in the community at the 3-year sort of mark and anniversary, and to feel the energy in the room and the beautiful sense of solidarity that you all have been building. So congratulations for the great work. This is truly hard work. This is like really difficult work that I know goes your whole soul into it. And, to echo the comments of the chief, it's very admirable for you to have been able to harness this community and turn the pain that initiated a lot of this work into purpose and into an opportunity to support others to go a good direction and have a good life here. So I just want to, my whole heartfelt thanks to you for your ongoing work. And as the chief mentioned, I know the board is committed to continued partnership and to learning from your expertise and the successes that you're seeing on the ground, because we all have a shared responsibility to better support our young people. So thank you.
Councillor Chang.
I want to echo my colleagues' warm congratulations for all the hard work, and I know it's through tears and through perseverance that you're here today. It's not, you didn't just put together a slide deck. It was many years of hard work and sacrifice. And in particular, I, as a fellow mom, just think that the Mother Outreach Workers program is so significant, because you're standing in the gap in the most critical moment, and you're changing lives because of that. And how incredible when this is scaled and multiplied across North America, because moms have a very special role in children's lives, in their loved ones, in communities. And what I would dream of seeing is that, we talk about police alternatives, and we're investing in Toronto crisis services, but this particular role, that it would be even more officialized, that it would be more visible and more funded in a sustainable way, that we recognize that in a critical moment, not just the emergency responders, they're very important, but the community members being trained and mobilizable, and how much more trust and safety would come because of the significant role that you have created. So when people like our deputant, say, why you? Why? And I would say it's your initiative. That's why you're here. You responded to a crisis with your initiative and your courage, and that is why you're changing the world. And so thank you for that, and let us continue to have these conversations, because so many communities need what you have created. So thank you.
Vice Chair Brillinger.
Congratulations on the incredible work. I have a long history in my previous employment with Rexdale and services and programs in Rexdale. So to see this is so incredible in your achievement. And we have a ways to go. So we're committed with you to addressing that. And it is so wonderful to see a Family Service Toronto colleague in your number. So congratulations, Shamso. It's so nice to see you here.
Thank you. I was listening to your presentation and wondering if Mr. Brillinger was thinking the same thing I'm thinking. This has been a long journey, dating back to even before mending the crack in the sky. It goes all the way back for me to, I'm so happy to hear you mention that you're folding the TDSB into this work, because trying to find a way to meet the requests of the Somali community, particularly from the northwest end of the city. We didn't do a good job of that back in the day. I'm going back more than 20 years. Many of those moms would now be grandmothers of grown grandchildren dating back to that time. But we didn't do a good job of understanding that we had to find a way to meet. So to sit here today and find that we didn't do a good job of hearing the needs, and we were sort of talking across purposes, your community and us, both at the board and then when I moved to the city, to find here now that we have a partnership where I would venture to say the families in this room know more about the system that serves the community than so much of my community, who just sort of stagger along and resent as opposed to rolling up their sleeves and working together. So this is just amazing. It's no surprise to me that there's so much outreach saying, how'd you do that and how can we do it? But that it's so, it's gobsmacking really, that it actually started by going straight directly and working through the police service, and then going back and let's fold in the city, and now let's fold in the TDSB so that we are all on the same page. It's your work more than any other public service that you just kept going until you were finally breaking through. We're hard systems to break through if you want to do this kind of work. So thank you for your perseverance, and I have a feeling this is going to be a fun vote to take. Thank you so much, and thank you all for coming down. Never easy to do, to come all the way downtown like this.
There's more moms sitting outside as well, actually.
There are. Yeah. Oh my goodness. Well, we better get out there. Okay, so councillors, there's nothing left to do but to vote on, or members. Thank you so much, Lisa. This is my first day, so I have to remember what room I'm in. Especially after yesterday. So, members, all in favor of the recommendations in the report? Seeing none opposed, that can be recorded as unanimous. Yes. Thank you so much.
I will move it.
Oh, sorry, I forgot to get a mover. Spent a long day
Member Brillinger seconded.
In a committee yesterday where we don't need seconders. So I'm going to have to start to divide my brain. Yes. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. I'm just wondering, I was just going to say thank you, Mr. Kanagisser, because that is a good idea. Can we just take a minute so that we can, because there are people outside who didn't make it into the room, so we'll just go and thank them for coming. Sure. Yes. Yeah. So I'm just going to make it 5, because then we can also do a body break. Ah, okay. Okay.
But there are separate recommendations.
Yes, yes. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Okay, folks, I'm going to call the meeting back to order. Thank you for that quick break. Councillor Chang held the next item, item number 7. We're up to 2024, the review of the paid duty process.
Actually,
And
Madam
Councillor
Chair,
Chang,
I
you-
actually accidentally held that, and I wanted to hold the one after. So I'm
You wanted to
happy
hold
to
the one on the
release.
rates.
Yes, that's right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are there any questions on the process for paid duty? No questions on the review? Okay, then, Councillor Chang, did you want to move to receive that item?
Sure.
And seconded by Member Migliori. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And then on to item number 8, which is the rate schedule. Councillor Chang, you had questions.
That's right. So
Member Chang, sorry.
Yeah,
I'll
no
get there
worries.
in the end.
Yeah,
I'll
no,
get
we're
there.
all members and counselors. One happy family. So I'm just looking at this report, and I'm seeing this significant increase, right? We've gone from $68 in 2017, and even more recently, 2022, after the pandemic, $78.50, and this year we're going up to $94.50. And I know that this is set by TPA. But I think the challenges, as you know, are community events and the burden that places on them in order to be even viable. And we heard from the Santa Claus parade this past year, they almost had to cancel. And the escalating costs, which actually make it even harder for organizations that aren't the Santa Claus parade, that can't easily fundraise or access federal funding, that are just trying to lift off the ground. So in consideration of these burdens, I'm just wondering, what can we do as a service to ensure that community events are still accessible, especially for grassroots organizations to be able to lift off the ground towards finding a model of sustainability, especially in light of such a significant increase.
I'll start, and then maybe the deputy can follow. I think, so as you said, the rate is not something we control. It's collectively bargained. The rate, while it is an increase, it's a little bit higher than our overtime rate. And certainly we don't want to be in competition with internal sort of operational callback and overtime needs versus a paid duty. But in terms of what is within our control, part of it is working with the actual organization itself in terms of just looking at the footprint and some of those sorts of pieces. This has been an ongoing discussion, I think last year and even the year before, around how special events, not just a paid duty, how in general special events around the city are held and organized, and is the footprint expanded, and what are the requirements that necessitate a police presence to be there. And so I think that's the controllable factor, is in the nature of the event, and how do you minimize the public safety aspects of it so that we can have as lean of a police presence as possible.
Yeah, and just further to the CAO's comments, we do a risk assessment of each event, and we also look historically on what the footprint was the previous year. Can we make adjustments and amendments? So Staff Superintendent Frank Barreto, who's in charge of AMPO, Emergency Management Public Order, of which the pay duty office falls under, might be able to elaborate a little bit to provide some insight.
Thank you, Deputy. Thank you, Councillor. I think the CAO started the answer to the question quite well, and that is that they're all very different, and I think a collaborative, co-developing sort of approach between the police and the organizers is the very first starting point. So, for instance, for smaller events, the divisional planner is usually the best place to start, looking at things like private security, pay duties, neighborhood officers as resources that might be the most appropriate to assist with whatever the event is. For larger events, the aforementioned EMPO, Emergency Management and Public Order, is probably the next stop. We call them corporate events because they sort of encompass a greater number of assets, resources, units from more than one division. And of course, it ramps right up from there. And you've seen things like the Walk for Israel, Taylor Swift, as these things scale up in dramatic order. So the answer is that there's no simple answer to your question. I know it's expensive, pay duty rates, but there's lots of different ways to approach the security of an event. And I'd say, depending on how it is, how it begins, small, medium, large, we sort of incorporate the different levels of policing and non-police assets that might be most appropriate. So hopefully that isn't too vague. It's kind of like a broad sort of basket of information that sort of tries to answer your question.
And Councillor Cheng, just something to flag that will probably come up this year in light of what happened in New Orleans. We're now having organizations and event organizers ask us to provide hostile vehicle mitigation, on private property and those kind of things, which is going to obviously increase the costs. The police have a certain level of responsibility to make sure the community is safe, but also there's an onus on the event organizers themselves. We're trying to work through, with the city and organizers to mitigate all those potential costs.
And from a policy perspective, so when Taylor Swift comes and there understandably are safety concerns, especially she had threats in another country, so the police rose to the occasion, mobilized resources, which were not necessarily covered by Taylor Swift because it was just us doing our job. So how do we differentiate that with an event, let's say like Taste of the Danforth, and they are just gathering a bunch of their neighbors together, and at what point is it the police doing their job of providing safety, knowing that thousands of people are going to congregate, versus because it's a planned event, even though Taylor Swift is planned too, that it has to incur privately covered costs. What is the line to differentiate the two?
So those two events are completely, totally different. It's the number of crowds, and so we do a risk analysis of each event. For the Taylor Swift concert, I can tell you that the Skydome itself and the immediate surrounding area was covered by the event organizers, Taylor Swift. The Taylor Swift group, but because of the large number of crowds and the issues around traffic that happens because of the number of people that come to the downtown area, that's policing responsibility, right? Taste of the Danforth doesn't have the same sort of footprint. The costs for Taylor Swift were very similar to what we would do for the Carnival, what we would do for Pride. Actually, I think it was less than what we provided for the Raptors Parade. So each event is looked at differently, and it's the not only who the venue is or what it's going to bring into the city, but it's also the commensurate risks that it might offer. Right, Taste of the Danforth community festivals are totally different. The number of crowds, but also the risks and the potential. Right, it's also a lot of those are held in closed spaces that we can control.
My question is more not about the nature of the event, but how do we decide when it's the built-in responsibility of effective policing versus it's now made-to-order service that we have to, organizers have to pay for?
So if it's a paid-for event, if there's an entrance fee for participants, that's a consideration as well, as opposed to a community-free event. Again, the size of the event, the amount of space that it encompasses, including egress and access during and after the event, all those things come into play. That's the risk assessment that we do. The risk assessment matrix. It's a template that we follow for each event, and there's all these considerations that go into it. Like I said, one of the important pieces that we do is an after-action report for that, and then we review last year. Was it too much, not enough? What has changed since then? Not only in the city but globally as well. And we have those discussions with event organizers as well to explain that. And there's there's a back and forth to try to find a level of comfort.
Those are your questions?
Yep.
Are
Thank
there
you.
any other questions? I just had a couple that are really follow-up to Councillor Chang's. Increasingly, I think, yes, there was a threat with Taylor Swift, but we're now entering an era, though, aren't we, where, I used the word era. I didn't mean to do that. That was not a pun. But we're entering an era where really any large crowd is a risk. We're seeing behaviors. New Orleans is a good example. Any large crowd is now a concern for police, and considerations have to be made. So are some of these are, even if it is sort of a permitted paid event, a lot of them are now a hybrid, aren't they? Regular on-duty police callbacks, and then you might require some additional paid duty.
So I'll start to answer, and again, I'll rely on my colleagues if I miss something, but I think that's a great point, Chair, is they often are hybrid. And I think what's important to recognize is every event, larger crowds now are legitimately a concern in a city like ours just by scope and scale of the crowd. Then you add the dynamics of what the event is. You add the nature of who may be attending the event. You add the geography. You add the time of day, the number of days. All these factors get built in. And then you add into it, what planning has the organizer done? And while we can talk about Taylor Swift and compare it to everything else, the Taylor Swift organizers spent incredible private money, incredible amounts of private money on security, making sure the venue was safe to minimize our footprint in certain aspects. Then we had an obligation as a service to protect the downtown core. And I'll remind everybody, Scotiabank Arena was sold out every single night. The Rogers Center was sold out. And then you had everything else that downtown core offers that we policed in the context of the tour being here. And every special event cannot be looked at just in its isolation of it's this and must be compared to every other event the same. There's all these factors. We have a risk assessment matrix tool we use to help our form decision making. And then a lot of it is, what is the organizer prepared to do? When you think about the Walk for Israel, an incredible amount of private security was available along that route that mitigated the risks to the event and allowed us to police it in a certain way. So there's all these factors. So I'll close with this, Chair, is I always encourage city councilors when I speak to them, all 25, to be involved in your local community events with the local division. So these discussions happen early in the cycle of the year in preparing, not a week before or 2 weeks before, when we're all of a sudden we find ourselves under a complete constraint on police resources, and the organizer, to be fair, may have not done what they could have done because the planning cycle got ahead of them. So I encourage that kind of early engagement early in the year, like now. January is a good time to plan for June and September, and get with the local division that then comes up to the staff superintendent's team when they're bigger events.
And just to add to the Chief's comments, we don't have community response officers in divisions anymore, with the exception of downtown, and those officers covered a lot of these community events while they were on duty, and so it's a human resource issue primarily, right?
Mm-hmm. And one other question. This is to the rate itself. This comes to us, as is the system. This rate adjustment comes to us directly from the association, and that's the way it's set. But what market value assessment do we do which might trigger us saying that's crazy? We're going to have a conversation. This one they've tied it to the arbitration award. But what do we use as comparators so that we know when we need to push the hold button and say, let's just look at that? Do we have comparators within the service, or do we compare?
Traditionally, this has been a conversation between the association and the board, not the service. And it is an association rate. Okay. Traditionally, it's been left in that purview of the association picks their rate. The considerations at our end are what's necessary for security, and then we have a discussion on how that unfolds, given everything we just mentioned as factors.
Okay. I think that's all for questions. Are there any comments? I'm just going to make a quick comment. I know the criticism and the frustration around this is it's legend, in all sorts of different quarters. But when I looked at it, and earlier when there was the big jump in it, we really do have to consider what people are being paid in other places. And I looked at it just because I happen to know it from the work we do with the film board and in the film sector. I thought, okay, we have this constable go and stand on a film set, and he's got to have a minimum of $283.50 to go there. That's the 3 hours amount. Well, the film union worker in there, the lighting director, is not going to stand on that set for 3 hours for anything less than $300. So in terms of who's there, that is the wacky world of wages nowadays. That lighting director, if you wanted to be on the set all day, he's not going to be there for less than $1,000. So, if you're comparing it to who are they guarding and what is the work we're trying to protect, it is kind of steep what's going on out there, and so you want there to be balance to the relationship as well. And so I thought, I took out my calculator and thought, wait a minute, what's 8 hours? And it was coming out comparable every time. I think we just lose track of what those rates are, but I use that as my measuring stick just because I happened to know those rates. And so on that basis, with no other comments, I look for a mover to adopt the recommendations. I'm prepared to move them myself, in fact, if I have a seconder, Vice Chair Brillinger. So to adopt or to receive the letter and the recommendations, which is all in favor, is unanimous. Yeah. Vice Chair Brillinger. I'm moving it with Vice Chair Brillinger. Okay, moving on is Member Migliore is holding item number 9, Toronto Police Service response to the City Council motion MM 16.19, authority to donate surplus vehicles. I don't know that there are any questions, but Member Migliore has a motion to contribute.
There's a deputation.
Oh, we do. Sorry, I forgot about that. Mr. Langenfeld, you're still with us virtually?
Yes, thank you, Chair Carroll. Just 2 quick points on this, and I'm sharing my screen again here. There's not much to this motion, but it mentions that the Toronto Police Service has already donated 3 vehicles and will be donating an additional 3 vehicles. What it doesn't mention anywhere is how much, if anything, I'm assuming taxpayers paid to ship these vehicles over there. And, I just always think of those, not to imply that that's the case here, but where you hear about, a government spending $1 million to ship a $100,000 item across the world or something. So it'd be nice to have, I don't care about the pennies, but a rough idea of how much is being spent and to have that information in the reports in future. And then just to point out overall on this item, it mentions here about the discussion of how this started out as I think it's a member motion, a member motion at City Hall and came to the board, but that, and I don't recall when this actually came to the board, how it was handled, but basically the motion from reading this, that it came to the board and the city's motion was simply passed to the service to implement that motion. And I would suggest that that's sort of missing a step in there, that the Toronto Police Services Board is not an extension of Toronto City Hall. It is a separate entity. City Hall appoints 4 of the 7 people in the current configuration of the board, but they don't control it. And theoretically, the board could decide, you know what, the city made this motion and we're going to ignore it, and we don't agree with it, and we're not going to do it. So it should be the board deciding and directing the chief that yes, they want this done, and then for the chief to decide how to implement it and whether it can be implemented. And the fact that it is in fact vehicles that are owned by and are the property of the Toronto Police Services Board, not the City of Toronto. So it's a question of who owns it and who's approving the decision. So meanwhile, though, I would like to know roughly what the cost was on this. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any questions for the deputant? Seeing none, any questions? Yes, I'm going to ask you the question so that the question comes from the board, unless someone else wants to pose the question. So, Deputy Chief Johnson, would you like to inform the board of the cost of doing this donation?
Yes, thank you, Chair. It is zero cost. It's done by a humanitarian agency out of London, Ontario, which is comprised of a number of retired police officers and other folks that are doing that work. And they approached us, the chief, last year. There's surplus expired equipment that we have sent through them with no cost.
And one other question. I happened to have been in the room when this motion was being formed at City Hall. And motion should be City Council requests the board, But I remember that the clerk was stumbling over the words because they were including both agencies in this. And so it ended up not saying request the commission board, request the police board. But refresh my memory, Mr. Kanagisser, it did, even though it was a City Hall motion, it came through our agenda before we proceeded with the donation. And the board, in fact, did make this decision.
That's correct. So the city cannot give direction to the chief. What happened is the report came to the board. The board forwarded the recommendation to the chief for consideration, endorsing essentially the recommendations from the council.
Thank you. Thank you. Those are my questions. Member Migliori, maybe you want to speak first to put the motion on the table.
Yes, I think if you can put up the motion. So just to follow up on the much-needed humanitarian aid at no cost, we just want to expedite the process. So the motion is on the screen. It's pretty straightforward, allowing the chief to work through the chair and expedite it.
And I'll second the motion.
Excellent. We have a mover and a seconder. I'll just comment that I really like this motion because part of the reason that motion developed at the city is we had sort of gotten out of the habit of communicating, and so council didn't know. They were responding with some of the emergency vehicles and just didn't know whether or not we were interacting with the humanitarian agencies at the board and at the commission. So this makes it a very proactive thing. If we are, we should let them know, and then they won't be over there crafting motions. Thank you so much for this motion.
Before this motion, I just got a suggestion from Deputy Chief. If we could make this vehicles and equipment.
Oh, yes.
If that's okay with. It's the same thing.
Yeah.
It may, just in terms of clarity of the motion, the equipment may not need to be there because you don't donate the equipment. The only reason the vehicles are there is because it goes to auction and then goes towards the special fund. The equipment, we actually have a policy on how we dispose of assets and stuff, and so we have a bit of discretion through the chief with approval on what we do to dispose of, like, I don't know, laptops and things.
Right, right.
I'll leave it as is. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, then. So all in favor of that motion? Any opposed? Seeing none, that carries unanimously. Okay, and now we have a number of deputations, and the award for the longest waiting deputant today goes to Miguel Avila, because we're finally at item number 10, agreement with Toronto Community Housing Corporation regarding special constables. And Miguel, I have you first to submit in person.
What was that?
Happy New Year.
Congratulations, Shelley Carroll, for your appointment as chair, and to Chris Billinger as vice chair. So, on the letter of the city solicitor, there are some terms and conditions to the agreement. I'm here to make two friendly recommendations. Number one, historically, there's an issue with regards to investigations into complaints of CSU officers. So my recommendation is that on a trial basis, CSU officers are equipped with body-worn cameras to address the issue of complaints. That would save a lot of money to the city. I see Stephen Kerr, he's the liaison for the special constable. Maybe you want to talk to me after. And the second recommendation I am making is to request the proper equipment of the CSU investigators when it comes to complex noise residential complaints. For that, I have a video that I have submitted to Diana. If Diana will do the favor to play it, please. Thank you. Uh-oh. I'm sure there's audio.
Are we able to get the audio?
Can you hold the time, please? I think there's a technical problem.
I'm going to have to get used to the fact that I don't have control of the clock. I'll keep it in mind, though, don't worry.
Hey everyone, let's talk about something important. Peace and quiet. It's something we all deserve, right? Being able to relax at home shouldn't be a luxury. But sometimes noisy neighbors can make it really hard to enjoy our own space. Loud music, barking dogs, late night parties. It can be super frustrating, especially when you feel like you can't prove how bad it is. That's where Noise Nuisance Recorder comes in. This handy gadget helps you gather the proof you need to finally get some peace. It's tough when you tell your neighbor their noise is too loud and they say it's not. It's your word against theirs. That's why this recorder is so helpful. It gives you actual evidence. Think of this noise nuisance recorder as your secret weapon against noise. This little device accurately measures how loud the sound is and even records it. No more just saying, it's too loud. Now you have real data to back you up. And don't worry, it's super easy to use, even if you're not a tech whiz. It has a clear screen that shows you exactly how loud the noise is and a built-in microphone that captures the sound. You can even set it to start recording automatically when the noise gets too loud. Using the noise nuisance recorder is as easy as 1, 2, 3. First, put it in the spot where the noise bothers you most, like your bedroom, if the noise is keeping you up at night. Make sure it's plugged in. Next, you'll need to calibrate it. Don't worry, it comes with a simple tool to help you do that so you get accurate readings. Once that's done, just start the recording. The recorder will keep track of the noise levels, and if things get really loud, use the remote control to record the actual noise. That's your proof. After you're done recording, you can download everything to your computer using the special software that comes with it. The noise nuisance recorder is good for everyone, from people living in apartments to the city officials who handle noise complaints. If you're dealing with noisy neighbors, the recorder gives you a way to show exactly what's happening. It helps housing providers in spending thousands of dollars in equipment repair, such as pipes, radiators, or other equipment, and this is the extent of their accountability. This can help make a formal complaint to the city. Since September 27, 2024, I've been awakened by 2 residents at 220 Oak Street, one above me and one below me. Both are awakened during the night, doing their life. During the night, I'm an old man with physical and mental disabilities, a normal day person who works in the morning, has a daily routine, and all he wants is to sleep at night. My landlord won't do the right thing to move me out of this unit, arguing that is not an issue, that pipes and radiators makes noises at night as their valid explanation. And for the city, the recorder gives them the facts they need to make fair decisions because of challenges. Having paid staff sitting into wait, listening to the banging noises is not feasible. I've also been denied a transfer 2 times, and this noise nuisance recorder will be my evidence in helping me get a transfer. No more guessing. This means faster solutions and more peaceful neighborhoods for everyone. Remember, everyone deserves to live in a quiet and peaceful place. The noise nuisance recorder helps make that happen.
On my deputation,
Okay, so you
that
got
I
about a
submit-
minute to address that video.
Yes. So I submitted my deputation. I make all the important points about the nuisance recorder, what it's all about. The City of Toronto Noise Complaint Division has access to this machine right now. They're in the process of training their officers on the use of it. I think it will be a valuable tool for investigators that are receiving noise complaints at TCSC buildings to make accurate determinations, and for properties management to also to address the issue accordingly. No more wasting of time, no more guessing, no more coming 2 hours later after the noise, because what happens is it's intermittent. And I hope you can solve my problem, because this is me. I'm sleeping in the hallway outside my unit. Sometimes I had to sleep in the basement of my building, and it shouldn't be that way. And by the way, that machine only costs $9,000. That's it.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the deputy? Councillor Chang.
I'm very impressed with your video, by the way. I'm wondering if you have connected with a woman named Ingrid Boudet of No More Noise Toronto. She has devices. She is very open to helping to deploy some of her devices to track data, and maybe you can get some support for this data from her.
Yes, I know who you are speaking about. I know that activist, and knows that this is. I'm facing this battle myself right now. Yes. But I would like to see if TCSC and the TPS, as the agency that certified the TCSC special constables, properly equip the CSU officers, because currently they're not equipped with this kind of devices.
So I will be directing some of your questions after, but to you, I also wanted to know, have you gotten any support from city by law enforcement? Because sometimes they will do late night or early morning measurements. They try to shift the working shift to accommodate that, and and then they can measure if there's an infraction. Have you been able to get that to happen?
Yes, I have spoken with the manager, and he told me that unfortunately, due to budget constraints, they don't have staff between the hours of 2 a.m. to 6 a.m. So the absence of staff of municipal licensed standards officers during those times is pivotal to ensure that they are able to have a tool that they can use when nobody's on duty. Right. So I think I mentioned this during my conversation during the budget talks. If we can transfer some members of TPS to become MLSA officers to cover that gap from 2 a.m. to 6 a.m. Because they say, we can't come to your building, Miguel, and currently it's not the landlord obligation to call 311. It's up to the resident to make the heavy work to call and to approach 311, which I have done it. And they said, Miguel, the only way we can address your problem is that we set up this device in your unit when we are not able to come to you between 2 and 6 because the sounds happens between 2 and 6 in the morning. And I've been experiencing this since September 27, 2024. And I'm exhausted. My mental health is bad. So yeah, I need peace and I need sleep. Thank you.
I'm sorry that you're experiencing that, and yeah, I will direct some questions, and let's see what we can make.
And I'm sure this device will help a lot to address other complaints in TCSC or private market.
Okay. Thanks, Miguel.
You're very welcome. Trying to build one city at a time.
Yeah. Before we go to questions, though, I have one other in person, but it's Derek Moran, who I still don't see, and I don't think pardon? Oh, right. Derek's not virtual either? Okay. Then we're moving on to Mr. Langenfeld. Mr. Langenfeld is with us virtually.
All right. Thank you,
Hey.
Chair Carroll. And I'll try and share my screen here again. Okay, so the first point, this comes in the agenda here in a letter from City Councilor Wendy Wahlberg, and I'll get back to that in a second. But when we look at the Morgan report, and that's mentioned over a dozen times in this month's agenda and was discussed on several occasions, and recommendation 3 of that report is that the board should have its own counsel whose legal services are not available to either the police service or the city. And obviously, the city solicitor is available to the City of Toronto. So the problem here is that you, in fact, there isn't even a cover letter for this City of Toronto letter in your agenda from someone on the board, and there's no indication that the board got any independent legal review of this. Looking at what's actually in the agreement, I start with a shout out for Derek. I don't know if he read this part of the agenda, but one of the things he raised back with Jim Hart and perhaps even Andy Pringle was includes and including, and the definition of that, and whether includes means as he found in one legal definition, or so for him a shout out that this is actually incorporated in some city law. Meanwhile, looking at the definition here for TCHC property, as I mentioned with the police cars, that the property belongs to the board. Here, TCHC's property doesn't belong to the city, but to TCHC. Meanwhile, looking on to item 7.6, I think this is an indication of why you need separate legal or an independent legal review of this. I don't even think that sentence makes sense. So I invite somebody to actually figure out how that, or the procedural requirements of the CSPA fits in with CSU Special Constable has been designated. Elsewhere, we look here at section 10.6, and it talks about TCHC and the service reviewing the TCHC's policies in relation to CSPA and the requirements there, but it doesn't have anywhere here that I see anywhere in the agreement talking about whether somebody is actually reviewing whether TCHC's rules comply with TPSP policy or with TPS procedures. And so, again, that is something that I think your lawyer representing the board, as opposed to the city's lawyer representing the city, would potentially find other things. And so that's based on me having a quick review, and there are other errors in there as well. So I think it certainly needs to be looked at further, and you should be getting a separate review. Meanwhile, I just wanted to wish you all a Happy New Year. I meant to do that at the beginning, and thank you to former Chair Morgan and former Vice Chair Kostakis, and congratulations to Chair Carroll and Vice Chair Brillinger. Thank you.
Okay. And then there's a written submission from Nicole Corrado as well. Are there any questions on the report? Councillor Chang.
I just wanted to support the deputation from Miguel and just ask about the noise enforcement piece, because this is something that's always been challenging when there's something late at night. And I know oftentimes it is 311, it is our MLS that's doing noise enforcement, but in a late night party, if the MLS is not available, sometimes police do step in. But in terms of measuring sound, is that something even that TPS gets involved with at all? Are you actually taking in measurements to enforce sound?
So, Chair, I'll answer that actually by covering both points. I would encourage MLS to expand their working hours. I'd encourage MLS to increase their staff. We're responding to gun crimes, home invasions, and robberies. Noise complaints will fall very low on that triaging scale. We are struggling to get to our priority 1 and 2 calls. So I'm only adding a dose of operational constraints that we operate under. And we've been specifically asked to get out of some of this work because it is not the best use of a Toronto police officer. Having said that, there's a lot of questions I'd have from a legal perspective on this tool that was presented. There's a number of legal challenges that I'd want to have explained, given that there's interceptions of communication potential and other violations that would put our officers in operational legal jeopardy and may very well be completely illegal for the Toronto Police to participate in. I would also issue a word of caution to our community housing folks taking this on without good legal advice on the tool that's proposed. Given some of the issues that may exist as the tool was explained here today. And of course, without seeing it in operation, I can't say the legal issues, but I'm very cautious that there's some legal challenges here as it relates to the interceptions of communications, which we will not participate in. And I'd suggest community housing would want to get independent legal advice on.
Thank you. And my next question is just about the second deputation, about the legal representation piece. I don't know if our executive director has some thoughts about what was shared. Are there any concerns about the concerns that were raised?
Sorry, concerns about?
That the board needs independent legal advice that does not represent the city or the police service.
The board receives its legal advice through the city's legal services. We have with us Jane Burton, who could maybe speak to this.
Through the chair, Councillor, there is a history to those comments, and so I can ask the executive director to get a report for you that the board approved post-mortem that sets out that approved a service level agreement between the board and City of Toronto Legal Services, and that addresses conflict issue. There's provisions in there to deal with that, and so. That sentence is in the Morden report, but I can assure you it was dealt with at the board at that time, and we have processes in place through the City Solicitor's Office to deal with it.
Great, thank you.
Are there any other questions? Member Morley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick one, and it's actually going back to a previous deputation from Miguel on the constables, special constables at TCHC, and just more so with respect to sort of the complaints and oversight process. My recollection from our conversation at that time was that that's really not something that we look at or touch at all. We are responsible for approving the status as a constable, but in terms of that oversight or the appropriate avenue for residents if they have concerns or complaints about the constables, where does that live, and is there any updates through this agreement that would be helpful to share for members of the public?
Thank you, Councillor Morley. Our service oversees the complaint process in compliance with CSPA. So they will follow our timelines. They have the training. It comes back and is monitored through us. They do the investigations, but we'll oversee the outcome of that.
Yes.
So
we also provide the training as well.
Right, training as well. So, yeah, I know when we first discussed it, I think it was early days of the CSPA. So I think there's a little bit of an update there that I'm hearing, that there is more of a role for us and the service to be playing around the oversight. So just want to reassure members of the public that we're continuing to ensure there's processes and procedures in place that are appropriate. Thank you so much.
One of the challenges they were having was meeting certain deadlines, timelines that are prescribed within the legislation, and we're helping them through that to make sure that they're compliant.
If I can just add on that, there are changes in the CSPA with regards to the relationship between external employers of special constables, but that does not apply to complaints. And the changes mainly have to do with the requirement to ensure that the employer has all the needed certification to be a special constable employer. So that's where our oversight comes in, less so on the actual conduct and behavior of special constables.
Thank you. And that oversight in terms of the conduct in those pieces lives with?
I believe with LECA, if I'm not mistaken.
That was my understanding, or TCHC. Again, just as we are, this is a newer thing that we're sort of socializing and getting used to. I do think as we empower residents to, make the right call and to know who to go to when they need support, or if something is not going the way it's meant to, that they know where to go. So we'll continue to massage that, and I think sharing that messaging publicly is helpful.
Okay. Are there any other questions? Okay. I just want to make one comment, and especially because Mr. Avila is still here. I really want to thank the chief for really providing that deeper explanation that we get a growing number of requests in our deliberations at council and our bylaw committee. Well, we're just going to have to send this over to the police because they're on 24 hours. But we would naturally have to prioritize those calls. And so it really isn't the solution. The final frontier really is contemplating 24-hour MLS bylaw officers. And increasingly, noise isn't the only reason why we really need to figure out how we're going to do that at the city. We have the luxury of figuring that out on a cost recovery basis. That's possible, but I think we really do have to, because to handle it here means with noise cameras you would be handling a whole different kind of evidence, and this isn't a matter actually for the courts. It's a bylaw and fine issue, and so for you to have to manage that evidence doesn't make a lot of sense. But I take the deputation that these problems are so unsolvable that it is showing up in this room, because we do have to figure it out from a municipal licensing and standards perspective. And it's not just, it's another kind of noise, but I've had this situation of, because they're trying to meet a deadline, we got a voicemail that was there when we got there in the morning that one condo developer was in there welding and fixed the skilled trades inside, trying to finish a building that is at 33 stories, minimum separation distance from the next tower, which was already occupied, and there's no one to call at 3 a.m. and they were in there welding and drilling and all the rest of it. And I represent a suburban ward, so I'm pretty sure that's probably happening on the regular in the wards of our colleagues downtown. And so this is an ongoing conversation, how we're going to handle that 24/7 requirement of a dense community. That being said, those are all the deputations, and what remains is to approve the recommendation for this report. Member Morley, seconded by Member Okay, and we already released the investigative reports, so I'm looking for a motion to adjourn. It's Lisa's favorite motion, obviously, seconded by Vice Chair Brillinger. Thank you. Oh, sorry. Sorry, next meeting, and Diana did remind me just 5 minutes ago, the next meeting is March 4th, for your knowledge and the public's. March 4th, 2025.
Thank you, Madam Chair.